This is the safety moment. Welcome to Ehimbeti Lagos Economic Summit 2021. Here are a few tips to ensure that you stay safe during this summit. This is Senior Hall of Eco Hotels and Towers. It has a capacity of seating 500 guests, but due to COVID-19, it has been reduced to 50 guests for maximum spacing and for your safety. The hall is also equipped with entrances, which also serve as emergency exits in case of emergencies. Please note that adherence to all COVID-19 regulations within and outside this venue is important. Maintain physical distance. Wear your nose mask. Sanitize or wash your hands regularly. No crowding, no hugging, no high fives. Restrooms are situated outside the hall for your convenience. Please ask ushers for direction. Here is the emergency response plan. This venue is equipped with functional fire extinguishers in the unforeseen event of fire. For medical emergencies, first aiders and medical personnel are present to attend to your needs. Please contact them on the first floor. If you hear the sound of an alarm, please note that it is not a fire drill. We implore you to remain calm, gather your belongings, and leave the hall through the shortest route possible to the emergency exits at the back end of the hall. Do not hang around the emergency exits, but proceed to the muster points provided outside this building for head counts. Please ensure you are registered for this event so that nobody is missed out during a head count where necessary. Also, watch out for trailing cables in the course of moving around the venue to avoid slips and trips. For your safety and the safety of the next person, please keep your mask on. This message is brought to you by the Lagos State Safety Commission.
Some 2 decades ago, shortly after Nigeria's return to democratic rule, the government of the day set out on a mission. The target was well defined: changing the face and status of Lagos.
Our special guest of honor here today, you're most welcome.
Ça devient très facile pour faire le plan pour le futur. Bienvenue. Les membres de les membres du Sénat, le secteur privé, qu'on a déjà recognisé. Et je sais bien qu'il y a plusieurs qui sont dehors. C'est un événement très unique parce que c'est virtuel. On a les peuples qui sont ici de plus de 10 pays. Et à la fin de cet événement, on expectait plus de 10 000 personnes. S'il y a une tendance d'oublier, des peuples virtuels qui sont là, je dis bienvenue. Les membres de la presse, messieurs et mesdames, c'est avec plaisir que je dis bienvenue à vous à l'édition de 2021 au Sommet Betty. Ce voyage a commencé en mai 2000 quand Betty a commencé comme événement économique au Nigeria. C'était l'idée de Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Il était au bureau pour un an et c'est lui qui a commencé ce summit. C'était clair. C'était clair qu'on était besoin.
Comprising some of the best and brightest from various walks of life were assembled and charged in fashioning policy laws for different sectors of the economy. One of the recommendations that emanated from this was the setting up of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. I was honored and privileged to be called upon to set up the ministry.
J'ai été privilégié d'être la personne qui a établi ce ministre.
As I recall the passion and contributions of my staff and I in advocating for AIMBETI.
Mes employés ont fait beaucoup de choses pour créer le sommet AIMBETI comme plateforme qui peut améliorer la vie des stakeholders.
The most eloquent recognition afforded our efforts is the fact that so many other states in the Federation emulated our example.
On a découvert que plusieurs États partout de la Fédération ont émulé notre vie de faire cette sommet économique.
That AIMBETI contributed in no small measure to the trend of private sector experts.
Je veux noter que AIMBETI a contribué très bien au secteur privé économique du Nigeria.
From that period onwards, there have been more and more eminently capable private hands
De cette période-là,
in the task of state and nation building.
on a eu beaucoup de secteurs privés
Heartily commend.
et c'est quelque chose que je suis fier.
We have held this summit successfully for over 2 decades.
On a fait cet événement successivement
This marks the 21st year
pour plus de 2 ans, plus de 20 ans,
certainly
certainement.
longest by any subnational in the country.
C'est elle qui est le plus longue du pays.
Ladies and gentlemen, I emphasize that
Messieurs et mesdames,
21 years of consistent planning
je veux constater que c'est 21 ans de faire le plan consistamment et beaucoup de personnes ont donné leurs contributions et les plans par le public et le secteur privé aussi.
So when you see that developments have taken place in Lagos,
Donc quand tu vois que le développement ont déjà fait à Lagos, il ne faut pas penser plus.
policy is consistent,
Ce sont les plans qui sont consistants,
is certain,
ce sont les plans qui sont certains.
investment comes in.
On va avoir beaucoup d'investissements.
The end result so far has been 7 well-received AIMBETI summits,
Maintenant,
206 resolutions,
on a eu
of which
7
193
événements
have been
d'AIMBETI.
successfully implemented. A strong culture of public-private sector collaboration in Lagos State.
Et maintenant, on a une culture très forte par le secteur économique à Lagos.
Before going, explains why, despite the challenges we have had with COVID-19 pandemic and its disruptive effect on businesses,
Le point suivant va démontrer pourquoi on a eu des problèmes à l'aspect du COVID-19.
response, we have harnessed all our creativity to be able to hold
Pour réponse de combattre la COVID-19, on a fait beaucoup de choses pour
we can continue
avoir cet événement parce qu'on doit délivrer aux situations qui doivent avancer la vie économique et sociale à Lagos.
The theme for this year's summit is for a greater Lagos, setting the tone for the next decade.
Le thème pour cette année est pour avancer Lagos
Very much resonates
pour
with what the current
le next décade.
is for both Lagos and Nigeria. Lagos has witnessed appreciable development over the past 10 years.
Lagos a vu le développement appréciable pour
Lagos had a
10 ans.
GDP of 12.091 trillion naira.
On a eu le GDP
10
de
years later, the economy of Lagos has grown to at least 5 times that.
10 ans après, Lagos a développé de 5
In GDP,
fois.
been accompanied by significant infrastructure development,
Ce,
including the Lekki Corridor,
ce développement a nous donné beaucoup de développement infrastructurel à Lagos.
other sectors,
Les autres secteurs,
housing and financial services,
les autres secteurs
also see significant
on voit le développement significant. L'agrandissement a nous donné beaucoup d'opportunités financières.
The needs of the people are varied, and it is important that we not only create employment for them,
les peuples ont besoin de choses qui sont différentes et c'est pourquoi on va faire les changements pour accommoder beaucoup des besoins des peuples. Lagos est une cité très grande et c'est pourquoi on doit faire des choses pour montrer Lagos comme une cité qui est très grande comme ça. Ça sera possible si nous sommes délibérés des plans ou des règles qu'on va faire pour achever les choses qu'on a désignées à faire pour Lagos. Je constate que nous avons les lettres qui ont la capacité de faire ce qu'on veut. Maintenant, c'est de proviser la vision pour avoir la Lagos si on veut. C'est ça qu'on va faire dans cet événement. On va agglomérer les peuples qui vont donner ou bien qui vont projeter en carte de succès pour assurer que cette cité, pour assurer que Lagos va devenir la meilleure cité du monde.
That is not to say it's going to be easy. Neither is it to pretend that there will be no challenges along the way.
Je sais bien que ça ne sera pas très facile, mais on sait bien que bien qu'il y a des challenges, on va réussir. Et on ne cède pas. On ne cède pas.
We must keep on pushing till Lagos reaches its deserved status.
On doit bouger si Lagos va devenir la meilleure cité du monde. L'importance de la fonctionnalité de Lagos est très visible. Il est estimé que Lagos contribue plus de 30% du GDP de Nigeria. Ça veut dire que si Lagos va faire bien, le Nigeria va faire bien. Le succès de Lagos, le succès de Lagos est une issue nationale. Comme un pays, on doit faire ce qui est important pour avancer Lagos, pour faire l'agrandissement économique au Nigeria. Il y a plusieurs opportunités qu'on pourra harnesser à Lagos. On a une population très... Il y a les exemples comme Silicon Valley à San Francisco aux États-Unis, qui a contribué au Californie et aussi aux États-Unis et partout le monde à l'aspect de avancer les entreprises à l'aspect de technologie. Comment est-ce qu'on peut développer un modèle comme ça? Je crois que les discussions pendant ce sommet vont nous donner une idée claire de ce qu'on doit faire. Avec la population de la jeunesse, on a besoin de la développement. On doit investir pour constater que notre jeune sera très éduqué et on l'accès au secteur académique. On doit faire beaucoup de choses pour avoir un meilleur monde. Si les personnes qui est riche et qui est pauvre va devenir le même. c'est pourquoi on doit faire ce qu'on veut pour avoir ces réalités.
As we explore the various topics during the summit, more insights will come into this.
Je crois qu'on va voir beaucoup de choses si on va explorer les topics dans cet événement.
Also means that there will be a constant demand for affordable housing. Investment in low-cost but quality housing units.
L'investissement pour avoir les foyers qui ne cherchent pas beaucoup d'argent.
The investors in the real estate business need to work with the state on strategies and plans that can ensure that the cost of housing is brought down to the level that makes it affordable to the people of Lagos.
On doit travailler pour constater que les costs de housing, ça va demander la technologie nouvelle si on peut résoudre les problèmes de vivre dans la cité de Lagos. On a les professionnels avec nous pour 3 jours. Il va nous aider à voir une place qui va nous aider à succès. Je crois que vous avez vu pourquoi nous sommes ici pour aujourd'hui et les jours après. Permettez-moi de dire que nous sommes ici pour discuter au topic qui va avancer la cité de Lagos. On veut avoir Lagos comme une place de business en Afrique et partout le monde. Notre plan et cet événement va devenir une place qu'on va discriminer discuter avec les forums et les autres hommes va contribuer leur opinion à cette discussion. Les places notées qu'on va toucher dans cet événement. Donc, comment se montre Lagos comme la meilleure place pour l'investissement partout le monde? Comment développer la capitale humaine en Lagos? Et comment soutenir la capitale de la jeunesse à Lagos parmi les autres choses? Ces thèmes sont très critiques pour la Lagos en particulier et le Nigeria en général. Ce n'est pas. On a écouté les résolutions dans les zones. C'est un événement qui va servir comme moyen pour les peuples. Le secteur pour avoir un meilleur environnement pour le secteur de la santé et pour le secteur privé pour l'investissement. En conclusion, bienvenue. Et je vais demander qu'on va faire notre participation dans cet événement. Et on va terminer cet événement. Des peuples qui sont ici pour la première fois, bienvenue. Et les autres qui sont revenus ici, bienvenue. Que Dieu va bénir l'État de Lagos, que Dieu va bénir la République fédérale du Nigeria. Merci.
driven by Lagos, economic capital of West Africa. And in that light, we would like you to see how these will be done in the video.
ABETI is a private sector-led participatory forum for discussion of the socio-economic and infrastructural advancement of Lagos State. It is the Lagos Economic Summit and a planning tool for social progress in the state, though championed by the private sector. Immediately after the return to civil rule in 1999, it became evident to the new government that Lagos was not working because of the absence of infrastructure and socio-physical planning. Waste management, transportation, insecurity, overpopulation, and erosion became problems to the citizenry. The situation necessitated the state to think about a way of addressing this situation to avert a total collapse. Consequently, the technocrats drawn into government at cabinet and advisory levels by the allure of democracy and charisma of the governor began the social, economic, and infrastructural planning process, which resulted in the creation of the Ministry of Economic and Budget Planning, MEPB. The Ministry of Economic and Budget Planning, with Mr. Yemi Cardoso as its pioneer commissioner, drew staff from the Ministry of Finance and the Governor's Office, and interaction with private sector brains in the Akudo and other far-flung locations in the state that guaranteed absolute dedication to resolving the social, economic, and infrastructural challenges facing the state.
We were the guinea pigs. We were the guinea pig private sector people that went into government. We were the guinea pigs in the sense that in 1999, when the military went and the civilians came in, there was a lot of apprehension with the intention of helping to solve the problems. That's how some of us found ourselves in there.
A lot of professionals from the private sector got involved in the planning process, donated their time and expertise. Notable amongst them are Dr. Christopher Kolade, Mrs. Bumi Oni, Mr. Bode Augusto, Mr. Dayo Lawuyi, Mr. Ben Akabueze, Mrs. Funke Oshibodu.
ABETI was meant to be the first of its kind to initiate the private support and interaction with government. Government used to be standalone, taking decision, and it was important to introduce planning. And so the chairman, the co-chair was the commissioner for planning, Mr. Yemi Cardoso at that time. And from planning you move on to integrate decisions from that summit into the planning and budgeting of the state.
During the period when Governor Tinubu was governor-elect, he had 3 or 4 months before assuming office, and he created transition work groups for various sectors of the economy, all the key socio-economic sectors, and these work groups are formed of private and public sector experts, and I call them, and they produced a blueprint which was the basis for the economic policy and strategy of the administration.
But essentially, the ABETI reaffirms the importance of the private sector, as well as the need to strengthen the relationship between the private sector and the public sector. So a partnership that came into being becomes more open, transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness became the order of the day.
It was a good thing to create an intellectual vision of a new Lagos, of where Lagos was going, to bring thought leaders from around the world to come and share ideas about how this can happen. In the main, that became the roots of the ABETI phenomenon, and it's provided a remarkable opportunity to bring to Lagos, to bring to Nigeria some extraordinary thinkers from around the world on some of these issues. Not only tap their knowledge, but to bring together critical partners, the private sector, the social enterprise sector, and the public sector, to work together to shape Lagos and where it's going based on some of these ideas.
The participatory forum, Enyigbeti, was so effective that it formed very tough dialogue between the public and private sectors, meaningful consensus that enabled implementation of the designed framework and plans towards the social economic development and infrastructural advancement of Lagos. Enyigbeti, as a planning tool for the advancement of Lagos State, is more than a talk show or a summit that converges people for discourse. No, it is a rigorous session where the deliberations feed into the Lagos State development and is monitored by the different stakeholder groups. After the first edition, subsequent editions have expanded the frontiers of social, economic, and infrastructural development in the state. Clearly, with this focused engagement Enyigbeti provides, Lagos State grows steadily and rapidly. Although the state has not gotten to the height desired by the citizenry, but its gradual movement towards a designed direction is quite comforting. Lagos arguably has the most social economic issues to address amongst the Nigerian states because of a number of reasons. Chief amongst them is population size and limited land area. So, a lot of creativity needs to come into development planning in this type of situation. The state resources are limited, but its capacity to enable business prosperity is limitless. For every stretch of development, there are social benefits for the parties in the social contract. The state delivers to the citizens, and the businesses thrive. In the private sector, play key roles, covering agenda setting, financing, advisory, and monitoring in the development plan of the state. With the focus of this edition on the next decade, the core of Enyigbeti as a pragmatic planning resource, bringing stakeholders together for deliberation, cannot be understated. It is an idea that should be adopted across the country. We can see the beauty of public-private sector collaboration in pushing the developmental agenda of a state. And that is the main reason why the private and public must continue to dialogue, collaborate, and set agenda for the social, economic, and infrastructural development at forums like Enyigbeti. Welcome.
Je veux inviter l'homme qui est responsable pour créer avec les conséquences pour le sommet. Messieurs et mesdames, je vais accueillir le commissaire honorable pour la planification économique, Monsieur Samuel Legopé. Le gouverneur, le député gouverneur, mon job est très simple aujourd'hui et ça c'est de nous prendre dans le travail de Enyigbeti. Enyigbeti représente l'héritage économique du Marina et les rues broad de Lagos. Ça va servir comme une place d'origination pour le Nigeria de 1472. Du premier sommet Enyigbeti qui a eu lieu en 2000 à Éco, Il y a eu plus de 7 sommets de 7 ans. Comme les Yoruba disent, pour les peuples qui ne comprennent pas Yoruba, littéralement ça veut dire si Ehingbeti n'est pas honnête, Lagos ne peut pas dégraisser. Lagos faut survivre. Bien que Lagos existe, bien que Lagos va prospérer, comme l'Emporium, comme le centre d'exécutivité économique au Nigeria, Mbeti a fait les choses de 2000. Le thème c'est d'accélérer les growth économiques au Nigeria. 2008, transformer Lagos et c'est ça qui a montré la vision pour devenir la cité méga d'Afrique. En 2014, qui est donné la force et maintenant qui pour avoir une Lagos qui est grande. On voit que dans cette année, c'est là de relier ou de travailler avec les autres peuples. Ça c'est qu'on dit que c'est sonner le message qu'on a utilisé de 2000 jusqu'à maintenant. Je vais vous prendre après de 2000 jusqu'à 2021. Et maintenant, je vais démontrer les thèmes des sommets d'Ehingbeti de 2000 jusqu'à 2021. C'est pourquoi on n'est pas surpris si la Banque mondiale va venir ici de parler des thèmes importants économiques dans ce sommet. Et avec ça, on voit que l'économie de Lagos va avancer avec ce plan du Banque mondiale. C'est ça qui a nous donné l'idée d'avoir l'investissement gardé et de faire le plan, les planifications pour avoir le secteur privé. Lagos a continué de devenir le leader et de cela, on a eu l'établissement du Fonds de Lagos, qui est maintenant un très bon. C'est ça qui a avancé l'idée d'avoir les zones libres. Ici, on voit les zones libres de Lekki. Ici, on voit le raffinerie de Dangote. Ils ont eu leur route. C'est de cela qu'on a parlé de la transportation urbaine. Et ça, c'est ça qui a devenir les lignes bleues, les lignes rouges, les lignes vertes qu'on en a advertisé. C'est ça qu'on constate sur ce sommet ajouter le grandissement de développement au Nigeria. En 2002, c'était la cité méga de Lagos. Et quand on voit les photos là, et c'est ça qu'on envisage, la cité de Lagos en 2002. Et avec ça, on a été encouragé les participants pour travailler ensemble. Et c'est dans ce sommet qu'on a parlé d'établir les agences de management. Et c'est ça qu'on a inventé la boîte de Lassa pour manager les risques. Toutes ces choses ont leur racine dans les sommets de passé. En 2018, c'est de transformer le Lagos d'être une cité Maintenant, on constate qu'on est comparé nous-mêmes avec les autres cités du Nigeria, mais les autres cités dans le monde. Et maintenant, c'est clair. Maintenant, c'est clair ce qu'on peut faire. Et maintenant, on sait bien les challenges qu'on va avoir. On sait bien qu'on ne peut pas faire les choses sans votre contribution. En 2012, on a dit qu'on peut introduire le Nigeria dans ce sommet. Et c'était clair que Lagos a joué un rôle très important. Et on a vu que Lagos était la frontière du Nigeria pour tout le monde. En 2014, on a dit que c'est a donné la fierté de la vie économique en Lagos. Et on a établi une académie de l'énergie pour Lagos. Et on a commencé à diversifier les modes de transportation partout le Lagos. Et maintenant, on parle du système de transportation multimodal. Et de cela, on a vu beaucoup de plans successifs. J'ai parlé de lignes bleues et des lignes rouges. Il n'y a pas de l'État dans le Nigeria qui fait ce projet comme ça. Et de 2 ans, de 7 ans, on va avoir ces fers rouges. Et on va réduire le temps. Et on doit réduire le temps pour faire les voyages pour partir de la cité de Lagos. Et maintenant, on sait bien qu'on peut combiner les associations pour avancer la vie de transportation au Nigeria, au secteur de l'éducation. On a le projet de EcoExcel qui pourra avancer plus de 450 000 étudiants. Le programme pour le housing et le programme de rent to own et les autres programmes qui ont commencé avec les Mbeti. On sait bien que l'Mbeti, c'est pas seulement pour les actions pour le gouvernement, mais c'est pas l'interaction entre le gouvernement et le secteur privé. C'est pourquoi si on parle de l'Mbeti, le gouvernement et le secteur privé ont fait leur réponse. Et maintenant, il faut assurer que le plan sera intact. Ce sont les histoires de Mbeti. C'est pourquoi on va aller avoir le secteur privé pour faire les autres projets comme le refinerie et les autres choses. Donc, Mbeti, c'est de planer et de travailler ensemble pour avoir une Lagos qui est grande. dans ce sommet, on va établir la place pour le décade suivant. On sait bien que l'intelligence ne se trouve pas dans une place particulièrement, mais c'est la capacité de l'humain qui va ajouter aux autres choses pour avoir une place. Et c'était parmi les plans qu'on a eu. On a eu beaucoup de résolutions. On a implémenté 95% des plans qu'on a établis. Les plus distingués ici. Je veux dire que l'avenir commence maintenant. Et c'est pourquoi on peut dire que merci bien.
Wise man once said, when you hear people speaking Yoruba, business is involved. Please let's give the commission a round of applause.
As we move on, I'd like to quickly recognize some dignitaries in our midst.
Je veux recogniser les dignitaires qui sont d'ici. Le gouverneur député qui est ici, Dr. Kadri Ombafemi Hamzat. Le chef juge de Lagos, le secrétaire du gouvernement de l'État, le chef du service. On a aussi le chef du banque première. Bienvenue. Le chef juge de Lagos. On a tous les membres des chapeaux traditionnels sur Lagos.
At the point of the Bible, God said, Moses, let me show you what the land.
Dans la Bible, Dieu a dit que Moses, je vais montrer à toi ce que tu dois avoir. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes ici pour voir ce que Lagos va devenir au futur.
Every day is a new chance to excel, and in this vibrant city of dreams, we are afforded that opportunity. But beyond the chance to dream is a reality of what Lagos is. So, what is Lagos to you?
Wow! I have never seen such tall buildings. Everywhere is just so bright with lights. Everything is big, bold, and grand. Everywhere is just bubbling. A call for show, Mado!
They are getting even bigger. Everywhere is expanding, and we are going to be here to see it. I can't wait!
Have you been to the galleries? The arts markets? Art's full everywhere, even on the walls, even on the streets. It's so beautiful. Lagos is an aesthetic.
But picture this, art adorning the walls of the harbour, overlooking the water, being surrounded by beauty as the ferries take you across the city on water. Lagos can be even more beautiful.
I know all your father.
Have you had the malachita? What about party rice? You never come Lagos. Don't pass me by when you are sharing food though. Yeah, you correct.
I love party rice. Nothing can compare.
Yes,
but you know what? I know it can get better. I can't wait for when we actually have all the ultra-modern farming techniques. The food will even get sweeter.
Lagos is the headquarters of all the best music in the world. All the big artists come from Lagos. Wizkid, Davido, Burna Boy, Tiwa Savage, Olamide. If you're an upcoming artist, Lagos is the place to blow. Too late!
Ashwebi, gele, heels, bags. Oops, do not forget your makeup. You stay looking good in Lagos. No other city can compete. They really wish they had our style, fashionable and always at our best. Our designers make sure we always stand out. That's how we roll. In Lagos, we live for the gram. Selfie time.
You know what I want though? Factories actually making the clothes here, and it's going to happen. And when it does, the rest of the world wouldn't be able to compete with our swag.
There is no business you start in Lagos that does not flourish. As long as there are people living in Lagos, customers will keep coming. Big business, small business, customers yakata for ground.
And we are only expanding. I dream of when we will surpass India as the tech hub of the world.
Nollywood is the third largest film industry in the world, and the best exports come from Lagos. Lagos is the center of entertainment. All the big Nollywood stars all live in Lagos. Just walk out small, and you will see one. Take selfie. When it comes to entertainment, Lagos is where it's at.
Action. Every single local government in this country is represented here in Lagos. New Yam Festival, Eyo Festival, we celebrate everything. Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Idoma, Robo, name it. We all live together and celebrate our culture. In Eko, hospitality is top notch. Babe.
You grew up in Lagos, you grew up thinking big in the midst of its aquatic splendor, because the city is big enough to accommodate everyone's dream. You see the water and you see the possibilities. The future belongs to those who believe in the future of their dreams. The dream of a greater Lagos lives within every one of us. A future where we can maximize digital innovation, drive policies and stimulate partnerships. My Lagos, our Lagos, the Lagos of our dreams.
Developing and harnessing the potentials of Lagos is rightly a journey and not a destination. Making sure the city-state continues on this path is all the more crucial with the revival of Lagos Economic Summit, Eigbeti Summit. A new decade got ticking recently, and it is ideal to seek renewed collaborations between public and private sector holders for the greater good. Discussions and deliberations at Eigbeti Summit 2021 are sure to move around progressive conversations and an enabling environment for all interests. In his capacity as the chief host of Eigbeti Summit 2021, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, speaks extensively on the theme for this edition.
I wanted to introduce you. That's what he does. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Moni Adibaba. Distinguished guests at this very important summit, permit me to stand on all of the proposals that have been working.
Les invités distingués dans ce summit, permettez-moi d'acknowledger les peuples qui n'ont pas ici maintenant. Et ils ont envoyé lire le président n'est pas ici. Asiwaju Bonabe qui a commencé Imbeti après le WTO général. Ngozi Goje-Iweala.
People that are capable, African, AFDB, African Finance Development Bank,
Dr. Additional, le chef de Mo Ebaim Foundation M. Mary Payne, et le ministre des Commerces de UAE, Dr. Tani Ahmed.
All of their speeches already, and I want to acknowledge them in absentia. I think they deserve a round of applause. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th edition of the Lagos Economic Summit.
C'est avec plaisir que je dis bienvenue à ce sommet. Dans cette année, on va voir comment avoir un Lagos qui est grand. On a fait le plan pour ce sommet pour novembre 2020. Mais avec les protestations de N16, on ne peut pas avoir ça. Et maintenant, c'est la première édition qu'on a fait dans ces pandémies de Covid-19. C'est ça qui a distorté beaucoup de vies parmi les autres cités du monde. Et maintenant, on ne peut pas faire le contact physique avec les autres personnes. Et maintenant, on ne peut pas associer avec nous-mêmes. Et on a vu qu'avant le pandémie, la situation du monde était très digitale et complexe. On a vu la disparité qui est grande. Et maintenant, on a une pandémie qui va accélérer la disruption. Nos jeunesses semblent qu'il n'y a pas de futur. Et ils sont distressés, ils sont très stressés sans l'espoir. Mais ça ne sera pas l'option. Les invités distingués, parmi tous ces advertisés, on a l'abondance de l'opportunité. Mais ça dépend de comment est-ce qu'on peut voir les choses. L'État de Lagos a voir la situation de disruption économique. Bien que le Lagos est le centre. Mais le Lagos est une démonstration de l'espoir, l'audacité de peuple qui habite en Lagos, dans les zones, à créer les opportunités pour faire le commerce ici. On doit insérer qu'on ne n'oublie pas l'esprit de travaillance et on doit avoir l'espoir pour faire le Lagos dont on veut. Le thème pour ce temps, ce projet, c'est qu'on va devenir à l'avenir. Mais si on peut avoir un futur, on doit reconnaître le passé et les travaux qu'on a fait pour avoir le jour ici. On a envoyé beaucoup de changements révolutionnaires pour avoir une nouvelle Nigeria. Et on envoie ça dans des choses improuvées. C'est important d'identifier le progrès qu'on a eu. Et c'est pour garder ce progrès jalousement. Je veux utiliser cette opportunité pour dire l'essence de Lagos, c'est ça qu'on peut discuter dans la conférence. Lagos est la cité la plus grande au Nigeria et avancée dans le monde. Et c'est parce qu'on a beaucoup de capital humain, l'optimisme et la capacité d'agglomérer les peuples de la cité. Plusieurs des citoyens ont la confiance et l'habilité de faire leur travail ici à Lagos pour transformer et pour faire les changements à Lagos et partout au Nigeria. Et ça est démontré par la stabilité politique au Nigeria et particulièrement à Lagos. Et on a fait des choses d'améliorer la vie judiciaire et la vie économique au Lagos. Ici, on a passé des lois qui peuvent renforcer la vie économique et sociale à Lagos. Nos démographiques et judiciaires endowment. On a les ports qui contrôlent beaucoup de 75 des imports de Nigeria. Lagos est très développé comme marché de commerce à l'Afrique de l'Ouest et partout le Nigeria. Si Lagos va devenir un pays, ça va devenir le deuxième pays le plus grand partout dans la région. On envoie le progrès matériel à l'aspect de l'infrastructure et on a construit beaucoup de choses, mais on peut faire plus. On a
the international airport road, and very recently there was also flag off a regional road on the Lagos-Ekpe Expressway.
On a construit beaucoup de routes pour les boulevards. Ensemble avec plus de 10 000 réseaux de routes, on a fait la régénération de ce métropolis. De 20 ans, on a vu la construction des ITP indépendants dans ces places nommées au don de Lagos. C'est nous qui montrons la place que assurer les besoins d'énergie à Lagos et surtout au Nigeria. On a établi aussi
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to join me to look ahead at the next decade.
Je vous invite de voir au futur et les possibilités qui se trouvent pour le Lagos. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on pourra avoir pour Lagos au futur? On va voir une cité qui a les couleurs codes dans les roues, le ligne rouge et le ligne bleu. Et c'est ça qui va transporter plus de 35 millions de peuples dans les mois et qui va réduire le temps pour faire le voyage. En 2030, on va avoir une Lagos qui est la plus grande cité de la monde à l'aspect de transportation et des activités économiques. Et dans ces temps aussi, on va avoir la transportation vers le qui est très établie aussi. On va avoir les ponts régionaux ici au Lagos. On va assurer que tous ces systèmes sont interconnectés ou bien multimodales. On va voir les rues et les fers qui sont intégrés et qui fonctionnent avec eux-mêmes pour donner la convenience et l'énergie dans notre communauté. De 2030, Lagos va devenir une cité très smart. Et on va utiliser les réseaux technologiques pour transporter l'Internet ou bien les connexions Internet pour avoir une cité technologique. Et on va avoir une cité comme on ne peut pas voir dans ces régions partout le monde. Et on va aussi établir un système de la sécurité qui va être la meilleure partout le monde et en Afrique. On sait bien qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de terre ici. Lagos est le plus petit État par superficie. Mais on ne peut pas utiliser ça parce qu'on va faire beaucoup d'activités agricoles. De 2030, on va avoir Lagos comme la maison pour la production de riz au Nigeria. Bien qu'on a les limitations géographiques, c'est pourquoi on va avoir ça. Et on va faire notre focus dans les process agricoles. On va utiliser les systèmes mélangés pour avoir les zones de commerce qui sont libres. Et
as well as the Lekki's deep sea ports, which will be Nigeria's biggest and most important deep sea.
On va avoir le raffineur de Dangote qui va produire les sucres et qui va devenir la plus grande partie du monde à l'ouest de la cité. On va avoir la construction d'une route et ça va proviser une opportunité nouvelle pour les résidents. Vous avez vu les efforts du gouvernement et vous avez vu le ligne bleue dehors. L'opportunité pour le tourisme. On sait bien que Lagos va aider le Nigeria à... Le tourisme côtier n'est pas la seule qu'on peut utiliser pour avoir une meilleure cité. Avec la demande de faire les investissements en Lagos en 10 ans, on va avoir les hôpitaux qui sont très grands pour les enfants et pour un centre pour la santé. Et on va développer les vaccins pour la technologie de la santé aussi. Et donc, 10 ans de ce temps, on va manager beaucoup de pandémies après celui. Et après 7 ans, on va avoir beaucoup de personnes qui vont revenir ici pour faire des choses académiques. C'est pourquoi on bouge très fort. Et on va avoir les centres de la santé qui pour offrir des services mondiaux. Il y a beaucoup de choses à faire. On sait bien qu'il y a beaucoup de gens à cause des tâches qu'on doit faire. Et dans ce moment, on a remarqué que on a remarqué de ce sommet. Ils ont touché éloquemment plusieurs opportunités que Lagos va présenter dans l'aspect de technologie, l'innovation de l'infrastructure et de la fortification des jeunesses et de l'aider les autres parties du monde pour investir à Lagos et de placer Lagos comme centre économique dans l'Afrique de l'Ouest et dans l'Afrique partout. L'administration est représentée par des piliers 6 côtés. Et c'est ça qu'on va parler de le management du trafic, de la santé, l'environnement, l'éducation, la technologie. Et avec ça, Lagos va devenir une place qui est très moderne et avec la sécurité et l'administration très bien. Et c'est avec ça on va faire cet état comme une cité qu'on a besoin de. En conclusion, ce sommet pour ce temps a commencé de bouger le grandissement et la prospérité pour tous les peuples qui résident à Lagos. Je crois que l'avenir va être belle et l'état de Lagos va transformer de ce jour jusqu'à une cité qui est très grande et par tout le monde qui va devenir une cité compétitive. Et très important, je vais voir les résolutions qu'on va avoir à la fin de cet événement, ou bien ce sommet. Et je veux dire que l'énergie qu'on provise est la prospecte de le développement de Lagos. Et je crois que si on travaille ensemble, on va avoir le Lagos de nos rêves. Merci bien. Messieurs et mesdames, il va s'asseoir. Applaudissez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
Potentials in Lagos really need to be tapped, and we are already this is the beginning of the journey. Many years ago, not so many, 7 years ago actually, a visitor to Lagos said that he's driven around Lagos and he sees that the potentials are so major, and we're sitting on so much money. And I said, what are the first signs that you saw? And he said, the water. I said, like what? He said, when he went scuba diving. I said, scuba diving in this Lagos. He said, yes, right. We have the richest, the most colorful, untapped, and unvisited flora in the whole of Africa. And those potentials need to be tapped. We thank all of you for coming.
Merci bien pour être ici.
We're just doing some housekeeping and we will continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, for your summit welcome opening address. Lagos certainly provides a platform for all-round growth and development, like the Governor said. I have absolutely no doubt that Lagos will be a smart city by 2030. As we move on today, we have some Goodwill messages. First, from His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We'll also have from His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former Governor of Lagos State, and Natioinal, CB, British High Commissioner to Nigeria.
Your Excellencies and dear participants, I congratulate the government and people of Lagos State on the successful hosting of the 8th Ehimbeti Summit, bringing together a distinguished cast of speakers and participants to discuss the economic future of the state. Lagos State is central to the economic fortunes of Nigeria. Our administration recognizes this and has in the past few years demonstrated our commitment to supporting the state to unleash its full socio-economic potential. One of the significant ways in which our support has manifested to Lagos State is the sufficient federal funding that we approved in 2020 in acknowledgement of the state being an epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic. The challenges of Lagos must therefore be very clearly seen as part of the challenges of Nigeria. And the federal government will support Lagos to overcome the challenges and to thrive socially and economically. The Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund is investing in the reconstruction of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, while the Apapa-Oshodi-Oronshki Expressway is a flagship project of our road infrastructure tax credit scheme, also known as Executive Order 7 of 2019. It was also this administration which granted approval to the Lagos State government to rebuild the International Airport Road, a major road that links the busiest airport in sub-Saharan Africa to the continent's 5th largest economy. The federal government is today completing the standard gauge railway line that will link Lagos to Ibadan in the first instance, and from there connect to Abuja and Kano and bring ease and efficiency to what is Nigeria's busiest transportation corridor. Just last month, this new rail line achieved a milestone extension into the Fort Complex in Apapa, setting the stage for a long overdue decongestion in that area. Very recently, we have granted approval for the temporary transfer of the National Theatre, an iconic federal asset on the Lagos landscape, to the Bankers Committee, who will invest in upgrading it and developing it into a world-class creative hub. When this is completed, the enterprising young people of Lagos will be the biggest beneficiaries. Speaking of young people, we are aware of just how central they are to the Lagos economy and to Nigeria as a whole. In the creative arts, culture, and technology sectors, we are determined to continue to open up opportunities by which they can achieve their dreams and aspirations, as well as thrive in a safe, secure, and increasingly prosperous country. Various other initiatives of the federal government are being implemented in Lagos, from our National Social Investment Program to our Energizing Economies Program, the Economic Sustainability Plan, and others. I commend the Lagos State government for their partnership and collaboration with the federal government in this regard. The importance of understanding between national and sub-national governments cannot be overemphasized. Let me also acknowledge and salute the fact that we have a forward-looking administration in Lagos that is focused on infrastructure and on improving the ease of doing business and the overall quality of life of all Lagosians. The theme of this year's Lagos Economic Summit, Lagos Our Dreams, invites us all to share our aspirations for a megacity that boldly occupies its place in the global standing of megacities. A Lagos that can keep up with its growing population in terms of housing,
l'aspect de l'infrastructure, l'éducation, la santé, la sécurité et la provision du travail.
That is innovative
On va
and
vers Lagos.
productive, and that ensures that its economic prosperity leaves no
La
one
prospérité
behind.
économique.
I
ne laisse pas
enjoin
quelqu'un.
all speakers and participants to go all out in
Je
the
crois que
course
les autres,
of the next few days to think
pour les
and
3 jours,
contribute along these
de penser et de
lines and to come
contribuer
up with
leurs
a
idées
practical master plan for
et de
achieving
proposer les idées
this Lagos
pratiques
of our dreams.
pour achever
I thank
le
you for
Lagos de
listening.
nos rêves. Merci
May
bien.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Que Dieu vous bénisse le République fédérale du Nigeria.
Hello, brothers and sisters. I'm really delighted to be able to address this
Mes
meeting.
frères et sœurs, je suis content de vous adresser aujourd'hui.
Thankful to my brother, the governor of the
Mon
state
frère,
of
le
Lagos,
gouverneur de l'État de Lagos.
to join you today. I'm sorry I cannot join you in person.
Je suis désolé que je ne suis pas ici maintenant.
French time to leave it. I have only a few minutes really to speak, so I'm
Je n'ai pas plusieurs choses à dire.
And I really basically want to say that Nigeria is the largest country in Africa.
Je veux dire que le Nigeria est le plus grand
Every
pays
5
en Afrique.
Africans must contain one Nigerian. There are over 200
Et si on
million.
rencontre 5 Africains, on va voir
Your
au
country
moins
should
un
be
Nigérien.
really the engine which is pulling Africa forward, economically at least.
Et
Because you have the scale. The scale is everything. It's so important. I mean, China could not have been where it is today without that 1.4 billion of people.
la population nigérienne est très importante pour contribuer à la développement de quelques sociétés ou d'un pays.
To really create a vibrant market. I really look
Et si on va
forward for a
avoir
vibrant
un environnement
Nigeria.
qui est très
You need
grand,
you guys to fulfill your promise and take this continent forward. Because
et
you
ce sont les
have
jeunes
what
qui
it
vont
takes to
amener
do
ce
that.
pays
You have very
d'ici
vibrant
jusqu'au futur.
young people.
Et
Some
on a
of
une
the most
population de jeunes qui est
intelligent,
vibrante et qui
well-educated
travaille
people
très
I
bien.
have seen in Africa are Nigerian. So you
Et on
have
va voir ça
really
en Afrique et particulièrement au
very
Nigeria.
valuable, human resource.
Et
You
on
have
a
the
des
capacity,
ressources
you have
humaines
the
qui est très
intelligence,
variable.
to lead us forward. Can you please rise now and let us all rise with you?
Et maintenant, je vous implorerai de faire ce que vous devez faire pour avoir une Nigérienne et nous vous attendons.
The government really of Lagos and the governor of
Et je vous implore le gouvernement de l'État de Lagos
on few issues. Focus.
pour focuser leur énergie
Focus in deliverable to your citizens. Transportation.
la transportation,
Waste management.
le management des eaux,
Health.
la santé,
Schools.
les systèmes d'éducation.
Deliver the basic services.
Je vous implore de délivrer les services les plus meilleurs pour le peuple de Lagos.
Security is very important. Rule of law is very
Et la sécurité est très importante.
And if you focus on really delivering the basic services,
Et si vous focussez vos attentions à ces sujets
to enable young people to thrive,
pour aider les jeunes à survivre
kids go to school safely,
à la cité de Lagos,
not much time wasted in going from A to B. How can we improve
on n'est pas perdu le temps.
the life of our citizens in Lagos?
Et c'est
because
et
this is a
l'aspect c'est
wonderful
d'améliorer la vie de nos citoyens de
It is
Lagos.
huge by any standard. And,
La citoyenneté de Lagos est très grande.
That care to see how we improve the lives of our.
Et ils ont besoin de sang.
If we just focus on few things and deliver this within a clean government, but let us make sure we run also a clean government and a clean process, because this is what attracts investors. We need to also create a healthy environment for investors. Investors want to go to a place which is rule of law, is prevalent, safety, security, lack of corruption, transparency, and effective bureaucracy. We need bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is not bad because we need a system of government. But what we don't need is bad bureaucracy, too much red tape.
On n'est pas besoin de la programme.
If you want to acquire a land title, if you want to build something, if you want to do something, you need to get a quick answer, yes or no, from the government. So you need to proceed. So it's just to create this business-friendly environment.
On doit avoir un environnement qui est agréable pour faire le commerce.
What I hope and I wish Africa to be in the near future.
J'espère et je souhaite que l'Afrique
First, I want to see it economically integrated.
va devenir une place avancée économiquement. Et l'issue de sécurité est très important.
Many of them, much smaller than Lagos, they will go nowhere. They will go nowhere. And so this continental free trade agreement is so important.
La place pour faire les commerces libres est très important ici pour le Lagos. Et ça c'est pour identifier cette place et pour avancer au futur. On a été le problème avec la pandémie. Et il y a des peuples qui n'étaient les choses pour manger ou quelque chose à faire. Mais si on a les factories qui peuvent proviser ces choses, il va proviser l'environnement pour travailler. J'espère qu'on va avoir une société très vibrante qui va proviser les idées qui sont. Et si le gouvernement va décider, c'est difficile de voir tous les potentiels qui ne sont pas utilisés en Afrique. Et on a toujours le problème de terrorisme qui sont partout. Et au nord nigérien, on voit la situation de l'insécurité. Et on voit ça en Somalie. Et j'espère bien que c'est notre génération qui va terminer le problème de l'insécurité partout de l'Afrique. On va voir aussi les problèmes avec l'agriculture qui va affecter les peuples qui travaillent au champ. Mais j'espère que les Africains vont voir l'Afrique comme une place qui peut être diversifiée. On a beaucoup de ressources naturelles, mais avec ces ressources, ça n'est pas suffisant. Mais on n'est pas relié seulement sur les ressources naturelles, on doit relier aussi aux ressources humaines. Maintenant, je veux voir en Afrique si chaque personne peut soigner puis l'humain. Et je veux voir en Afrique qu'on peut exporter les fruits et les autres choses aux autres pays du monde. J'espère qu'on va avoir en Afrique avec une économie
We are
digitale.
well equipped to deal with that. I hope to see a more inclusive society.
Je
Within
revois une
which
société inclusive.
we need to have an equitable society. We need to deal with the gender issues, with
On
ethnic
doit
issues.
travailler pour résoudre les problèmes avec le genre.
Equitable and humane, inclusive societies.
Et on doit avoir
That's the
une
word
société
we're looking for.
inclusive.
That's what I really hope for Africa. And what I hope for Africa also applies to Lagos, applies to everywhere.
Ça que je
That is
pense
it.
pour l'Afrique et c'est la même chose que je
What
pense
we
pour
do.
Lagos.
It's not difficult.
Ce n'est pas
We're not
difficile.
asked, a shot to the moon. It's
On ne
something
demande
very
pas
simple.
pour un
It's all
voyage
about
à la Lune.
governance. I think we're going through some tough time. It is tough.
Maintenant, Lagos a passé avec les temps
Of
durs
course, COVID is playing havoc with our
parce que la Covid-19
The economic hit is even much worse.
et la situation économique n'est pas bonne comme au passé.
The guys hoarding the vaccines is not helping us also to fight.
Et on voit aussi que les autres pays qui cachent les vaccins pour le
We
Covid-19.
don't have fiscal space. People effectively printing money elsewhere. And
Ce
here
n'est
we
pas un
are,
vrai système
we have
pour
an issue
avoir de
with,
l'argent, on veut proviser de l'argent.
trying to postpone the interest in our debt or whatever we're trying to do. The world has not been very helpful, to be honest, to Africa during this pandemic.
Je vois bien que le monde n'est pas très
But you know what?
gentil à
There's
l'Afrique.
nothing like crisis to galvanize people to really
Mais je veux concentrer que cette crise
This is an opportunity for us to
est
reset.
une opportunité de
We need now, because things
recommencer.
we have done in the past is not working. We need now to really reset a new path for our continent.
On doit recommencer les activités dans nos pays. On doit réexaminer.
The future is different. Educating young
Et
people for the jobs
on doit
of the
connaître que
future
la philosophie
is essential.
de aujourd'hui est très
What we
différente.
need is more technical schools. We don't need more people who studying literature and humanities and law, and we have so many of those. They are nice as human knowledge, but they are not a key to a good job in the future. There's no jobs for that kind of education. We need to focus more on technical education. We need people who are able to repair tractors.
On doit focuser à
able to
l'aspect
build
de
bridges,
l'éducation
able to
technique.
electric power. That's what we need, and we really need to put a lot of priorities in producing these cadres of technicians and engineers.
Et on doit assurer qu'on va avoir.
We'll not just sit there and ask the Chinese to come and build these things for us.
On ne peut pas
That's a shame.
s'asseoir et demander aux Chinoises qui
So that's
pour
something also,
l'industrie de nos pays ou bien la cité de Lagos.
What I'm saying is, there's
C'est que je
always
dis
a
que
silver lining to any crisis. At least
on va
it's an
réussir à la
opportunity
fin.
for us to sit down and say, okay, how are we going to change?
Et maintenant, on doit s'asseoir et va demander comment est-ce que pour résoudre, on peut changer la situation de Lagos.
But we need to have the political will and the courage to look at ourselves and be critical.
On doit
and move
être
forward.
critiqué
That is
et
something
avancer
we
au
need.
futur.
Well, we're waiting for you guys.
On
You
vous
guys in
attend.
Lagos need to lead us forward, you know.
On vous
You are the
attendait
biggest-
parce que c'est vous qui pouvez avancer
biggest
et
country,
amener nous au
biggest,
futur.
city-state in Africa, and we wait for your leadership.
On vous
Please
attend votre
offer us
leader.
this leadership. We have been waiting for so long.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous offrir ce moyen de
Thank you,
leadership?
and I wish you a successful conference.
Merci bien.
Thank you.
il va avoir une conversation avec un technocrate et un expert financier, un ambassadeur culturel et une personne très respectée. Et maintenant, qui est le directeur général de WTO?
To be the Director General of WTO, please let's welcome Okonjo, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo, the former Nigerian Minister of Finance. Please give her a standing ovation, please. This is the first time we're seeing her since she made us proud. Please give her a standing ovation. You can see that she's a cultural ambassador. She's always in traditional and she's still suitable.
Thank you. I think she deserves another round of applause, just so that she's certainly. Auntie Eno, I will also call you Dr. Eno, our one and only brand new Director General for World Trade Organization. I think Lagos is blessed. This is the first appearance, official, public, in any form that she's having after assuring me yesterday. She deserves another round of applause. We're truly, truly blessed. It's about 5 a.m. in New York, and she's up just to be able to speak to us this early morning. Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo, I'm truly excited and blessed here as your governor for a state that you are truly proud and passionate about. But first, let me congratulate you. Let me bring congratulations to the entire citizens of Nigeria, but more importantly to the over 20 million Lagosians, and to also say to you that we're truly, truly, really proud of you. We know that it's early morning for you, and we're just excited that you can stay up to be part of this conversation. I'll just go straight into it so that we can leave you and you can go and catch your deserved rest. Ma'am, how has it been, finally coming out as the Director General of World Trade Organization? The first female, the first African. We're truly excited. What has been the journey like? Just for a few minutes, what has it been like?
Dans quelques minutes, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire comment est-ce que vous avez travaillé comme...
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It's wonderful to be with you, and I've been listening in for a while. Fantastic sessions and information. I'm also one of your citizens, having a place in VGC, so I feel very much part of Lagos State. Well, it's fantastic, but I want to start by humbly thanking His Excellency Mr. President, thanking all Nigerians for your support and encouragement. And I mean it sincerely throughout this whole process, which has been very difficult. It's taken almost 9 months of competition and waiting and uncertainty. Nigerians have been absolutely incredible, sending me messages of support, going on the internet. Some people have been making videos and releasing them. And so I feel incredibly blessed, and I'm happy that it's come out well, and therefore we can try to show what Nigeria and what Africa can do in such an international position. It's going to be very challenging, but I feel ready. As everyone says, in every challenge there's an opportunity. So it will be important to see what can be done with all the countries around the world.
Merci bien, madame, et félicitations. Et je suis certain que vous allez faire un bon job. On voit que l'Afrique n'a pas fait un bon job et nous sommes en train de faire cela. Donc, ma première question, vu de s'asseoir et voir l'avenir, comment est-ce qu'on peut avoir une Afrique qui est très bonne, et comment est-ce que Lagos va faire pour pas jouer un rôle, parce que Lagos est une cité très grande en Nigeria. Comment est-ce que tu vois
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. This is a great question. From my point of view, one of the most important things a successful Africa should look at is the demographics of Africa. When you have 60% or more of your population that is 30 years old and younger, then you have to worry about job creation. So for me, a successful Africa is an Africa that is able to create jobs for its citizens. And when I say jobs, I mean what I would call decent work. As I said in my speech, WTO acceptance speech yesterday, that is the biggest issue that the continent has to face. And similarly, Lagos State, the issue of employment of young people who are gainfully employed is important, because if they are not, that would lead to so many social dislocations and unrest. So first and foremost, a successful Africa and a successful Lagos State is one that creates jobs for its citizens. And this means two or three things. I think we have to concentrate our minds on the continent, about in our country, Nigeria, and in Lagos State, about how we create modern, decent jobs for our young people. And we have a great opportunity to do that. I think one of the things that is very difficult for the continent, for Nigeria, for Lagos State now, is the fact that we're still mainly raw materials based kind of economy. I know Lagos is our manufacturing hub, but if you look at the whole of Africa, we're still mainly exporting primary products, whether it is fossil fuels like we have in Nigeria, oil and gas, and in Angola, Mozambique, and so on, or it's minerals, diamonds, and tin and copper and things like that from other countries, or agricultural products, cocoa, coffee, and so on. So we have to get from a position where we're exporting raw materials to one where we are adding more value and processing. When I listened to you talked about Lagos becoming an agro-processing center, notwithstanding the fact that its land area is the smallest in the country. So for Lagos, for Nigeria, and for the continent, we have to ask ourselves the big question: how do we industrialize Africa? And the Agenda 2063 of the African Union looks very much at how we can get there. Let me just give you one or two examples where I think opportunities can be seized. Africa imports more than 90% of the pharmaceutical products that we use on the continent. 90%. So that is a big gap, and there's an opportunity for us to manufacture those products. We have a market of 1.3 billion people, equivalent to China or India's, and with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that is now under implementation, that means we are going, actually that is aiming at a common market, free borders when it actually works. What does it mean? It means that Nigeria and Lagos should look at how they can take advantage of such a big market to make Nigeria not just a consumer center where other people send goods, but a big manufacturing center that sends goods to other countries. So that is the dream. Apart from manufacturing, you have the creative arts that you mentioned. So services. Lagos is one of the most exciting cities, is one of the most difficult, but I love it because you never know what's around the corner. When I'm in Lagos, you always discover a surprise here and there as you enter one part of the city, and a lot to do with the arts. So how can we make the creative arts, the movie industry part of it is centered there, create more jobs for our young people? You mentioned medical services. I want you to know that in Ghana, they're also planning to make the whole of Ghana a medical tourism hub. And I was speaking to the Minister of Finance and hoping that they can link with Nigeria so that they can focus on some specialties, and we also focus on some. So it's not Nigerians just going there to avail themselves of services, but Ghanaians and others also coming to Nigeria for those medical services. So I'll stop there, but there are just so many exciting opportunities of what Lagos State can do, what Africa can do, and we have to put in mind who we are doing it for, which is our youth.
Et on doit penser qu'on peut faire des choses. Merci bien, madame. Applaudissez-vous pour elle.
With the African Free Trade Agreement, we realize that we do less within ourselves. You know, the statistics have shown that it's always from Europe, from China, from America, but we do less internally. And like you said, it's only when we collaborate and do a whole lot with Africans and internal that we indeed can create those jobs and create that opportunity for ourselves. So, given the theme
Et avec le thème de ce sommet, ici on voit le Lagos. On veut devenir audacieux. Et à vos rêves, quelles sont les maladies qu'on doit... Comment est-ce qu'on peut être compétitif comme cité du Nigeria et surtout en Afrique pour le décade suivant spécifiquement? Comment est-ce qu'on peut aider Lagos pour achever?
Thank you, Your Excellency. You're asking very good questions.
Merci de poser bien des
I think let me build. I listened to Mo Ibrahim talking of the future. So I said jobs for the youth. But the future is changing and is very dynamic. And so the future is artificial intelligence. It is the digital economy. It's here to stay and we can't do anything about that. So either Nigeria, Lagos State, Africa gets on board or we get left behind. So one of the things that I heard you talk about, Your Excellency, is that you mentioned a broadband internet access to all households. If we can do that, this is what they have in a whole country like Korea. The whole place is wired. So everybody can be on the internet. So when you talk about jobs of the future, if we have broadband access, that is fantastic. So that's my main theme. I think the biggest challenge for Lagos State is infrastructure. If you don't get the infrastructure right, and I mean infrastructure of the future, not just roads and ports and all the other things that cause a bottleneck. Of course, to have telecommunications infrastructure, broadband, you also need electricity and energy. So one of the things you have to make sure the state takes on board is how to have a steady, sustainable supply of electricity. And in saying that, we should also be looking at how to move more to renewables and green, because the world is also turning green very rapidly. I know that my brother Aliko is building the biggest refinery. We should have done that a long time ago, so we are glad we have it. And petrochemicals in Lekki. But we also need to add to that, to start looking at green. You said it yourself. How do we move to renewables? So those are three things: infrastructure, for a Lagos of the future. The population is growing. If you don't keep up with infrastructure, all you end up with is bottlenecks, and that is what Mo Ibrahim was talking about. But if you can also really make it modern, forward-looking infrastructure, that is what we need. I want to just end and say one thing. The world, as I said, is going digital. That is e-commerce is here to stay. I mean, the amount of transactions in e-commerce now that is ongoing in the US is over $500 billion, with a net gain to the US of over $200 billion. This shows you the direction in which it's going. How can we tap into that digital economy? And the reason I'm excited about it and looking at this negotiating the e-commerce agreement at the WTO is because I feel our countries, our cities can benefit. We have small and medium enterprises. Many women running this. I'd like to see them on a digital platform. And I'll end by saying that we are lucky because our young people have started doing this. When you go and you actually see what many of them are doing, you'll be very proud, from e-payment systems to all kinds of systems on the digital platform. So all we really need to do is give them the basic infrastructure, encourage them. Let's have some venture capital that invest in our own businesses. That's the problem we have. We don't really have, the venture capital that can help encourage some of these businesses so that they can grow. So these are some of the things I think we have to watch out for.
Thank you very much. I think
Merci bien, madame. Je crois que vous avez dit tout. Mais je ne peux pas résister. Vous savez bien que vous êtes exemple pour les peuples de ce pays, la jeunesse de ce pays. Est-ce que vous avez des conseils pour la jeunesse? Maintenant, je vais parler des femmes et la jeunesse. Comment est-ce qu'on peut aider les femmes et la génération de jeunesse? Et ça, c'est la question finale de moi.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to repeat, I'm very proud of Nigerian women and African women, honestly, because the way that they multitask and manage so many things, careers or work and business, along with their families, their children and so on, is amazing. But we really need to give them and the youth a bigger platform. And I've just written a book with the former Prime Minister of Australia. I didn't know you were going to ask this question, but on my table here, desk, I have this book. I don't know if you can see it. It's my latest book. It came out in the US 2 weeks ago. It's Women and Leadership.
That's great.
Real lives, real lessons. So it's brand new. We've been doing the book tour. And what it talks about is what are the lessons? We interview 8 women leaders, from Theresa May to Jacinda Ardern to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Joyce Banda, Hillary Clinton, 8 very important women, and we add to them lessons from our own experience to say, what is it that women need to do to break into leadership? Because no matter what we say, they are not yet there. Focus on women for a moment. And I'll give you a few statistics why we felt we had to write this book. The United Nations has 193 members, and out of those 193 countries, only 57 have ever had women leaders at one time or the other. As we speak, there are about 14 to 15 women leaders. Okay, people will say it's progress. There were only 4 in 2000, now we're at 14. But at the pace of growth, it will take us decades in order to get to gender parity in terms of women's leadership. Everywhere you look, Nobel Prize winners, since the Nobel Prize started being awarded in the early 20th century, you have had 900 Nobel Prize winners, and out of those 900, only 53 have been women. You look at the parliaments all over the world, 1 in 4 parliamentarians globally is a woman. You look at cabinets, 21% of cabinets globally are women. You look at different fields, engineering, 15% are women. So I could go on and on. For every dollar earned by a man globally, a woman earns 63 cents. So we talk about all that in the book, and we say, here are the lessons. There are things that women can do. But why I'm saying all this is because we also say cannot happen without men. So Your Excellency, our men have to decide to empower women, because they are the ones who are holding the power and the jobs. So unless they also agree to empower women and give a chance, we aren't going to get there. So it's no use women just talking to women about issue of women empowerment or youth empowerment. We've got to have dialogues with the men. So Your Excellency, I will start with you and ask you, how many jobs, leadership jobs are you going to open up? I know Lagos State has done very well. You've had female deputy governors, you have many female commissioners, you have excellent captains of industry who are women. I know my sister Buko Awoshika is there. I know there are many women, the Wimbies women, I'm very proud of them, they are there. But I want you to talk to the other governors. How are you going to open up leadership positions for women? Because we cannot be empowered unless the men agree to empower us. Similarly for our youth, we can't make room unless we all together create the opportunities for them to lead. So that I'm bringing back the question to you, Your Excellency, and before I go, I want to hear from you what you're going to do to help open up and persuade your fellow governors to do more to empower.
Encourager la participation. Merci. Je veux dire que pour nous en Lagos, ça c'est très critique. Et on voit que dans nos cabinets, on a au moins de 35% des femmes. Et dans notre aspect, c'est 65%. Donc, dans les trois objectivement, on voit bien la participation des femmes. Mais on peut encourager les femmes.
Or agents that we have in Lagos today are headed by women. It's a woman that is the head of our works and infrastructure. It's a woman that is the head of our Lamata. It's a woman that is the head of our agency on renewal and rebuild of all the Lasiama, which is a government agency.
On a assuré que c'est les femmes qui sont leaders dans les trois ministres critiques ici au Nigeria et particulièrement dans l'État de Lagos. Mais avec ça, je constate qu'il y a plusieurs de choses que je peux faire. Et maintenant, je suis très excité que vous avez écrit un livre. Je vous souhaite le très bon. Et je suis convaincu que vous avez fait de bonnes choses avec ces positions. Et je sais bien que vous avez travaillé bien. Et je vous souhaite le meilleur. Merci bien.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you. A shout out to all Nigerians, as my son would say. Thank you so much, and to the women. Love you all. Keep it up, and Governor, congrats on doing so much. Bye bye.
Please give a round of applause till she fades out from the screen. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. An Igbo person will always be an Igbo person.
Okay, so I'm good like this.
All
right, cool. Thanks.
Hello, thank you very much. It's terrific to be here. I'm also here from New York, and so it's really lovely to be able to be with you. I'm going to give you a few slides in the time that I have. Because if I can please share some slides in the time that I have, then I will be able to share with you a few of the thoughts that I would like to share. I think if you could allow me to share my slides, please. Terrific. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, we are always trying to we're always managing to do these sorts of things with all of these new technologies. So it's always quite exciting.
Donc c'est un peu difficile.
So we are.
Je suis désolé.
All right, good.
Ah bon?
So let's. Let me. Well, I will just try for one more moment, and then if I can't find my, if I can't manage it, then I will just talk to you. I am unfortunately not as talented as some of the previous speakers that we've just had, and as a result, I am always looking to be able to share pictures with you. And looking to be able to share these kinds of things with you, because I think that it really is incredibly important to be able to see all of these. So I will see if I can manage this.
Et je vais voir si comment je peux faire ça.
All right, perhaps I won't try this time, but I am looking forward to sharing some sharing some pictures with you in a bit, because in the future, because I would like to do that. But let me then just talk. So what I was hoping to be able to tell you is, in effect, that we are looking, in the same way that we've been hearing all of these extraordinary cases, we are looking at some really, really incredible ways that Nigeria and Lagos in particular is moving forward. And so I wanted to thank you very much for having me here so that I can talk just a little bit about what we are seeing as things move forward. And so the nice thing about being me here is that I am not going to talk to you about all of these things that we are going to be seeing in the future. I'm not going to be talking to you about the kinds of infrastructure, the kinds of economic development that the other speakers have and will talk about. Instead, what I'm going to talk a little bit about are narratives. And so I want to share with you a few insights about what narratives look like. And in order to do that, I want to tell you a story of my own, because when we talk about narratives, we need to ask ourselves what binds Lagosians together, and then similarly ask ourselves what knits together the millions of stories in Lagos. Every single person in Lagos has their own story, and we can ask ourselves what knits together these stories. So let me start with my own story, and I'll tell you that my family has been involved in Nigeria for 3 generations, so for about 80 years. And in large part, they were in Nigeria, but not always in Lagos. I'm half Irish, so it was the Irish side of my family who moved from London to Nigeria. My father actually moved to Ghana, and during his time in Ghana in about 1960, he took a lorry to Lagos because he'd heard all sorts of things about Lagos, and he wanted to see what the fuss was about. So when he got to Lagos, he found that Lagos, unlike London, was bustling, it was colorful. My father used to like to say that London was a movie that was filmed in black and white, and Lagos was a movie that was not only filmed in color, but that was filmed in color and on fast forward. And so when he raised me, he told me all about Lagos. And so the first time that I came to Lagos, more than 10 years ago, I saw it for myself. A movie on fast forward in brilliant, vibrant color. And as a result, I have to tell you that I am one of Lagos's biggest fans. I have spent a huge amount of time going across the continent and around the world talking about Lagos and talking about the things that I see in Lagos and the ways in which Lagos is the center and the heart not only of Nigeria and not only of Africa, but the center and the heart of the kind of future that we imagine for ourselves. So what does that mean? Well, when we think about futures, we think about stories, not just stories for ourselves, not just stories for companies, but also stories for countries and for cities. And they always start with history, and they always move through a period of struggle, and then they always move to a bright future, and an amazing thing that nobody during the struggle would have imagined was possible. That future becomes the thing that really creates the narrative. And to give you a sense of this, this is what we see in China, in Japan, and also in America. In America, there is a narrative that Americans are special. If you've ever met an American, I can say this as an American, you will know that Americans deeply believe that they are special, that they are unique, and that their country is special and unique. And whether or not that's true, and whether or not some of the things that we see in America that are problematic, all of those things still, they come from that narrative, and that narrative is still what binds America together, sometimes in problematic ways, but always also in good ways. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was give you a few quotes. So the first quote that I'm going to start with is actually a quote from an American president, from John F. Kennedy, when he was inaugurated, when he was talking about what America is and what Americans should be. And you'll hear this narrative of specialness running through this quote. So what Kennedy said was effectively, it was in the middle of the Cold War, it was in the middle of a moment when Americans were scared. Remember, I talked about struggle. Americans were scared, Americans did not know what to do, Americans did not know what the future was going to hold. And Kennedy said, in the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. What he's saying is, this is going to be hard, but we are the only people who can do it, so we have to do it. We must do it. And then he said, I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. He is saying that in the end, he is going to step up to it, and he's inviting all of his other fellow Americans to step up to it as well. And then he said, I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. And then he said, the energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And then he said one of the most famous phrases in American history. He said, and so my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And he said, my fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but together what we can do for the freedom of man. So what does all of that mean for Lagos? Well, the question then now is, what is Lagos's narrative? What is the narrative that you're building? Not just the infrastructure, not just the future with broadband, with other things like that. The question is, what is the narrative that you're building? What is it that binds Lagosians together? And what is it that the world should see in Lagos? What will you invite the world to see in Lagos? And as we describe that, I'd like us to think back to the Lagos as it has come from the colonial period and before, all the way up into these beautiful pictures of Lagos that the conference provided for us in VR, in this glimpse of the future, of the use of technology into the future. And so the question then is, how do we empower our youth? How do we empower our population? How do we empower everybody to create the Lagos that we know that we could have? And so I would like to give you two Nigerian quotes to illustrate this. One of them is, and yet, speaking specifically of Lagos, this Chris Abani says, and yet these invisible cities of the melancholic soul are geographical places of real joy. He says, of concrete despair and of inventiveness that people who live away from the urban will never fully understand. This is Lagos. He is talking about the fact that things are challenging, but that Lagos itself is filled with people who are imagining new ways to do things every single day. That the energy there is not only a film, again, that's filled in Technicolor, but a film that is on rapid speed. So then, the question is, what does the Lagos of the future look like? What is the Lagos of our dreams? How can we individually build that Lagos and make that dream come to fruition? And so in order to think about that, let me give you a final quote. This quote is, we must look at the world with new eyes. We must look at ourselves differently. We are freer than we think. We haven't begun to live yet. The man whose light has come on in his head in his dormant sun can never be kept down or defeated. We can redream this world and make the dream real. That's Ben Okri who said that. And I think that that is the most important thing that we can ask ourselves here. How do we redream the world? Not just Lagos, how do we redream the world? And then how do we redream Lagos to take its leadership position in this new world? So that all of us who are living in this new world can see the brilliance that is Lagos. Not only the rest of the world, but also the rest of the world, but also the people inside Lagos. How can we build a Lagos which not only works, how can we build a Lagos which not only leads the way in technology, in innovation, in bringing youth into the rest of not just the population but the economy, but also how can we redream a Lagos where every single citizen in Lagos is proud of Lagos, is proud to tell his or her story of Lagos, and feels as though Lagos and the story of Lagos, this narrative of Lagos, which again is composed of all the stories of every individual person in Lagos. How do we have all these stories come together and create this dream city that is not a city that looks like any other city, that's not in a place with a story that looks like any other story? It's a story of struggle, it's a story of innovation, it's a story of people finding things where other people would have seen nothing. It's a story of redemption and a story, ultimately, of people overcoming all kinds of things, including history, including climate change and geographical challenges, including infrastructural challenges, and building something that no one's ever seen before. So that's where I'd like to leave you. Thank you very much for that. I absolutely look forward to seeing what it is that the Lagos that we are building is, because this is the place which, again, can not only lead Nigeria, can not only lead West Africa into the future, but as a mega city in the continent for the African century, Lagos and Lagosians can be the leaders of our future. I look forward to seeing the Lagos that you will dream up. I look forward to helping you create that Lagos, and I look forward to living in the Lagos that is the Lagos of our collective dreams. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you very much to the organizers of this conference, to the governor. I wish you all the best for the conference, and I look forward to hearing all of the other insights that we will hear for the rest of the day and the coming days. Thank you very much.
Écoutez les autres choses. Merci.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, my brother Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu,
le gouverneur de l'État de Lagos, Babajide Sanwo-Olu,
Your Excellencies, Executive Governors, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Commissioners and Senior Members of the Lagos State Government, the youth and the women of Lagos, esteemed members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start, Your Excellency, Mr. President, by offering my congratulations to you on the election yesterday of my sister, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, as the Director General of the World Trade Organization. What a day it was. The first woman to become the head of that organization, the first black person, and of course the first African. Of course, should I add with pride, the first Nigerian. Mr. President, you supported me greatly as well when I was re-elected for my second term as President of the African Development Bank. Go Nigeria. Congratulations to everybody. I wish to commend you, Governor Sanwo-Olu, for your visionary leadership and selfless commitment to the people of Lagos State. You are young, dynamic, and focused with an eye on the future. The future Lagos. I would like to congratulate all the past governors of Lagos State who have worked to make it what it is today. Now, just last week, we lost one of them, sadly, the late Chief Lateef Kayode Jakande, the dynamic, people-centered governor. They used to call him the action governor of Lagos. May his soul rest in peace. As a child growing up in Nigeria, some of my most fond memories was to have a chance to travel to Lagos. I love the beans, the Ewa Agoyin, sold by the incredible women, local chefs. I will do anything to travel more than 120 kilometers from Ibadan just to have a taste and then go back. Lagos is a melting pot of fun, always buzzing with such excitement. But I used to ask my dad, when are we going to go to the Barbish in Lagos? Everyone wants to be in Lagos. Forget the noise, forget the traffic. So much so that the population of Lagos grew from 500,000 persons in 1959, just before the independence in 1960, to nearly 20 million inhabitants today. The city is expanding at an astonishing rate of 77 persons every 60 minutes. By 2030, Lagos is projected to be one of the 10 largest cities in the world, alongside Cairo and Kinshasa. To understand the potential of Lagos, think of the size of the economy. The GDP of Lagos, estimated at over $80 billion, is far larger than that of Ghana at $67 billion, and compares closely to Kenya's GDP of $95.5 billion. If you're looking for a place to invest in Africa, think Lagos. According to United Nations, Lagos will become the third largest consumer market in the world within the next decade, with its population projected to reach 36 million people. The greater wealth of Lagos in the future will come from the youth of Lagos. Today, almost 2/3 of the population is under the age of 30. That means some 2/3 of my speech today should be devoted to how to unlock this demographic youth advantage and turn it into wealth for Lagos. The youth are not the problem of Lagos. The youth are the assets of Lagos. It's time to create youth-based wealth in Lagos. The past must yield to the present, the old to the new. The dominant phrase should not be, well, the young shall grow. It must be, the young have arrived. Not only must there be a generational shift, there must be a wealth shift by unlocking the potential of the youth. We must not see the youth as risks.
Démontrer le potentiel.
We must see the youth as assets.
On doit voir les jeunesses comme
the young shoots are springing up.
assets.
Today, Lagos has its own Silicon Valley. Yabakon Valley has emerged as one of the leading tech hubs in Africa, with between 400 and 700 active startups worth over $2 billion. Second, only to Cape Town. Andela, a global technology startup based in Yabakon Valley, recently attracted $24 million in funding from Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. The $200 million investment by Stripe, a Silicon Valley firm, in the local payments company called Paystack, and the $400 million in 3 fintech companies in just 1 week in 2019 in Lagos signals the huge potentials of Lagos to attract global digital finance and financial services. The African Development Bank is implementing a program to support Africa's youth in computer coding for employment. Launched in 2018, the bank's Youth in Africa Coding for Employment program has already equipped over 80,000 young people with ICT skills to enhance their employability in this digital era. I applaud the government of Lagos for launching its Digital Skills Initiative Lagos to equip 1 million students with digital skills by 2023. The youth do not need empowerment. Look around. Often those who say they are empowering them are actually simply empowering themselves. The youth do not need handouts. The youth need investment. That's why the African Development Bank is developing the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks. They will be financial institutions for young people, run by first-rate young bankers and financial experts to drive youth wealth creation in Africa. The African Development Bank will put its capital at risk for the future of the youth of Africa. And I can tell you, that is a risk worth taking. The wealth and prosperity of Lagos must be for all. A Lagos by all, a Lagos for all. Now progress is being made as the poverty rate in Lagos has declined in the past 1 decade from 40.3% in 2009 to 4.5% in 2019. Now that is a remarkable achievement. Congratulations. Yet, more than 50% of the population of Lagos live in slums without water, sewage or electricity. Now, while some will advocate for slum upgrades, I do not believe in slum upgrades. There are no 5-star slums. Significant investments will be needed for decent and affordable housing for low-income people. In roads, electricity, water, sewage systems, and waste disposal for local governments, especially those in poor areas. A prosperous Lagos must also be a healthier Lagos. And a healthier Lagos will be a more productive Lagos. The future Lagos must be knowledge-based. Now, 2 of the universities in the state, Lagos State University and the University of Lagos, ranked 2nd and 3rd in university rankings in Nigeria. They also ranked 10th and 14th among African universities. A lot more work is needed to deepen the tertiary education system, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and connect them to well-funded secondary and primary schools to build the human capital for growth and future prosperity. We must turn the universities in Lagos to world-class universities and connect them better to industries to provide the students the knowledge and the skills for the jobs of tomorrow. The future Lagos must be one that is climate smart, green and resilient.
Le futur de Lagos est grand.
With global climate change and rising sea levels, the city faces significant risks of flooding and coastal erosion. Climate proofing the development of Lagos must therefore be an urgent priority. The landmark Eco-Atlantic project to save the seashores of Lagos and the rest of the state from the waves of the Atlantic is one of the most innovative, climate-resilient urban infrastructure development that I have seen anywhere. There is a need to invest massively in greening the transport system, reducing pollution and making the transport system more efficient. The African Development Bank is looking into supporting the Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority in its drive to introduce compressed natural gas into the public transportation system. And by using drones, CCTV cameras, and satellites, Lagos should be turned into a smart city to enhance security, which of course will further boost attractiveness for investors. This is all the more important with the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest free trade zone, worth a whopping $3.3 trillion in combined GDP. Lagos is well positioned.
Lagos est bien positionné.
Developing interconnections with the Apapa port. When you can get there, with more efficient road and rail systems, will enhance its linkage to countries along the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, a major part of the Trans-African Highway. The African Development Bank will continue to support transformative projects that will benefit Lagos State and the Nigerian economy. For example, the African Development Bank is financing the development of the Abidjan-Lagos Highway Corridor. This project, which is part of the Trans-African Highway, will dramatically improve road connectivity between Lagos and the other coastal cities in West Africa. The African Development Bank will support the Lagos SkyTrain project, which will help to decongest the city and provide safe, reliable, and affordable public transport services. The African Development Bank is also supporting the Lagos State government implement our first subnational financing operation in the. This will pilot the rollout of electricity cooperatives as franchises that will provide reliable electricity services to 60,000 households in unserved and underserved peri-urban and rural areas. Now, to make faster of the new Lagos, the Lagos we want, public-private partnership for financial services for wider financial inclusion, especially for women. After all, women run Lagos. Resource mobilization will continue to be crucial, especially leveraging the institutional investors, such as the pension funds. Lagos itself should have its own sovereign wealth fund to finance its future. Taxes have been the key for financing Lagos, the highest in Nigeria, estimated at 400 billion naira in 2019. Now, to whom much is given, much is also expected. Taxes require a social contract between the government and the citizens. The taxes of the people belong to the people, not in the pockets of individuals. There must be accountability for the taxes collected from citizens through transparent tax collection and administration. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I see a greater Lagos.
Je vois un Lagos qui est plus grand.
A Lagos where dreams are made. A Lagos where visions are turned into realities. A Lagos where women thrive. A Lagos where the youth shine.
On va avoir un Lagos qui les
jeunesses va thriving and prosperous, with wealth shared by all.
Qui va survivre.
A Lagos where, like my experience growing up, we can pass on to the future generations
Et on voit un Lagos
to come and see
aux générations
with pride.
Avec fierté.
Lagos is a center of excellence.
Lagos est le centre d'excellence.
Lagos, arise now and excel. Thank you all.
Merci bien.
Very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Arab Emirates government and our people, I extend a very warm welcome to all of our guests. Thank you to the Lagos State Government for inviting me to participate in NHP 2021, a very important summit to accelerate sustainable economic growth and investments in Lagos. I would also like to thank the UAE Embassy in Nigeria for supporting this event. As you know, Nigeria is one of the UAE's most important trade partners in Africa. The value of non-oil foreign trade between our two countries reached nearly $1.5 billion in 2019. Today, the UAE is the 9th largest exporter to Nigeria globally and is the country's largest trade partner in the Middle East region. In fact, the UAE accounts for 35% of Nigeria's total trade with the Middle East countries and 60% of its trade with Arab countries. As Nigeria's economic hub and one of its most densely populated states, Lagos has been instrumental in driving trade relations between the UAE and Nigeria. And there is a significant potential to further strengthen trade and investment between our two countries. Nigeria has successfully distinguished itself as a dynamic, fast-growing economy. Mutual investments between the UAE and Nigeria are currently valued at nearly $600 million. The UAE's investments in Nigeria represent more than 75% of this value and spread across several sectors, most notably in infrastructure and basic services. The Lagos state in particular remains Nigeria's commercial capital, and I'm certain the state will continue to play a key role in enhancing the economic partnership between the UAE and Nigeria through forums such as this one. In fact, today's summit will be even more critical to generating new ideas and driving greater economic growth and development as the global economy continues to navigate through the aftermath of the pandemic. I look forward to the outcomes of the summit and its contribution towards shaping a stronger, more resilient post-COVID future. Thank you.
Honourable Governor, co-chairs of the Mbeti Summit, distinguished guests, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. It gives me great pleasure to say a few words of support for your summit over the next 2 days for a greater Lagos, setting the tone for the next decade. This is all about public-private partnerships because they will be key to creating the jobs of the future, the jobs and the economic recovery that Lagos needs, and to help tackle the two big issues that we're all grappling with, COVID-19 and climate change, and of course ensuring that the youth have a voice, a stake in the future. So I really commend you, Mr. Governor, for reviving this summit at this critical time. We've got a long association with this summit, and it reflects the deep partnership that we have with the Lagos State Government. And it's why that our Deputy High Commission in Lagos, headed by Ben Llewellyn-Jones, who I know is joining you for the summit, is bigger than many of our embassies across Africa. That's because the economy of Lagos is, of course, bigger than the whole of the economy of Kenya. So we've spotted the opportunities, British business have spotted the opportunities, and we're here to support and strengthen and deepen our partnerships to help you to take the amazing creative talent that you have in Lagos and turn it into concrete business opportunities and investments. And just to give a flavour of the sort of things we've been doing to support, a very effective programme called Enhancing Financial Inclusion and Access is a programme to promote financial inclusion to those who wouldn't normally access money through making their money available in a mobile way. Most recently, we've got a very exciting programme called the Future Cities Programme, which is working, for example, on Lagos waterways to help you take your traffic off the roads, very congested, and onto your wonderful waterways. And I saw this for myself in October 2020. At the very successful UK-Africa Investment Summit in January, we showcased some fantastic innovations from Lagos, and two in particular. The TREP Lab's remote intravenous drip monitoring technology was very popular, and the Lagos Women's Tech Entrepreneurship Mission. And it's really good to see these innovations from Lagos making their way onto the UK market. I'm also delighted that Helen Grant, the UK-Nigeria Trade Envoy, will be addressing you during the summit, building on her very successful visit to Lagos in December. So I know, Governor, you've got great ambitious plans for the future. We want to be a partner with you, bringing in, for example, the City of London and helping bring together the kind of financial support that the city can provide with your wonderful, innovative, technological entrepreneurs to make those ideas real and to help you tackle those two big challenges that I mentioned, COVID-19 and climate change. Let's build back better. Thank you, and wishing you a very successful summit.
Merci bien, et je vous souhaite un summit.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with all the goodwill messages that we've received and more to come, we'd like to say thank you for listening attentively to all of them. But now, one thing that Lagos is known for is that it's a potpourri of cultures. It's a coalition and connection of different
Une coalition et la connexion des tribus, mais l'un des aspects de respecter et d'honorer le peuple si on est invité. Et maintenant, on va envoyer le groupe de danseurs de Lagos.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Oh, fantastic. Well, it's great to be with you, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to be with you today at this really important summit, and to have the opportunity to introduce myself as well as the Prime Minister's Trade Envoy to Nigeria. By way of background, I have been a Member of Parliament for 10 years now. It's gone extremely quickly, and during that time I have served as a Justice Minister, Minister for Women and Equalities, and Minister for Sport and Tourism. Prior to politics, I was a lawyer as well for 23 years, a profession that I enjoyed enormously. On a personal level, Nigeria is extremely close to my heart. My father is Nigerian, my mother is English, my family name is Okuboye, and I'm extremely proud of my Nigerian and my British heritage. In fact, I was speaking to my father earlier to tell him that I was speaking at a Lagos summit today, and he reminded me of his school in Lagos. He attended the famous St. Gregory's College in the 40s and the 50s, and even now he still speaks with so much fondness about playing football, the English kind soccer, not the American kind, on the playing fields, wearing those crisp white uniforms, and of course what a great start that Lagos school gave him on his own career path. And I too also love to visit Lagos, and indeed I feel excited every time I step off the plane. It's the people, the energy, the vibe, the whole rhythm of the place. In fact, I think you might see behind me a picture that was painted of the streets in Lagos, which I bought when I was visiting a few months ago. So it really is a great pleasure to be with you today, to be able to talk about Lagos as a great investment destination, which of course it is. My trade envoy role is very much about taking global Britain's message out internationally, increasing bilateral trade and investment between UK and Nigeria, and building on that already very strong UK-Nigerian relationship that I know that we can strengthen even further, that will lead to prosperity for all. We already have so much that unites us in terms of our language, our legal systems, our time zones, our intertwined culture, and of course our football. I'll be working very closely with our international trade and FCBO ministers, our British High Commissioner Katrina Lang and her deputy in Lagos, Ben Llewellyn-Jones, our UK Trade Commissioner for Africa, Emma Wade-Smith, and her Nigerian country director, Chim Chalamira, who I believe is here today with Ben at the conference. I also want to meet and get to know as many businesses as I possibly can that are operating in Nigeria, and particularly in Lagos. I want to know what's happening at the coalface, and what more needs to be done to establish those essential business links and partnerships. My work in the UK involves reaching out to companies, investors, and trade associations and bodies, all with an interest in Nigeria, and this is all with the aim of aligning their interests with actual or potential opportunities on the ground. Making Lagos an even more appealing destination for foreign direct investment will be vital in addressing the social, human, economic and financial impacts of COVID-19. And I think it will mean working even harder to build those new and exciting economic partnerships where there's a strong synergy between the UK and Nigeria in terms of our mutual strengths and needs, and also where the Nigerian federal and state governments have set out their priorities. There are many areas that fit into this category: power, transport, legal, professional and financial services, and tech, to name but a few. In all of these areas, investment really can boost growth And we're very keen to bring in more investors to Lagos, perhaps using alternative models such as public-private partnerships. In terms of transport, during a visit to Lagos in December last year, it seems an awful long time ago now, but I had the privilege of a briefing and a short boat trip on one of the routes for the famous Lagos Waterways project. This incredible project could massively reduce congestion and pollution and improve climate resilience by offering affordable water transport to 4.8 million people. This is exactly the type of project that UK companies need to be aware of in terms of commercial and investment opportunities. On legal services, I'm honoured to be chairing a top-level technical working group to identify opportunities for UK and Nigerian legal services providers. We hope that this will lead to regular business matching sessions which will increase trade on both sides, as well as the necessary capacity building and knowledge sharing. The process, I believe, will also further enhance the reputation of Lagos as a powerful global legal centre. On tech, there is already a thriving tech ecosystem in Nigeria. The UK is already a global tech leader, and this could make the UK a perfect partner of choice for Nigeria in this space. Just last week, DIT Nigeria hosted a very successful cybersecurity event, and Nigerian tech startups receive support from many UK government-funded programs. I saw some of these programs in operation and met many founders during a visit to Lagos in December last year. The programs aim to create innovation partnerships in addition to tackling the digital gender gap. These young Nigerians, many of whom were women, are not just changing their community with their technology, but they're changing the world too. Their ideas included getting critical health services to remote communities in the country and devising drought early warning systems. The tech sector in Nigeria already contributes more to GDP than oil and has the huge potential to create millions of jobs for young Nigerians. This really is a very exciting time for UK-Nigerian relationships. Our Prime Minister very much wants the UK to be Africa's partner of choice. And I'm certain that a strong and growing UK, partnered with a strong and growing Nigeria, will be a very powerful force for the good. It's been a pleasure to be with you today, and I hope that you have a fantastic summit. Thank you very much indeed.
Summit fantastique.
Thank you. Let me put it to you right away. Helen mentioned a number of things, but one of the key things.
Elle y a dit beaucoup de choses, mais un parmi des choses est la création des jobs. L'Afrique a beaucoup de business petites, mais parmi ça, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire? Dans votre côté, comment est-ce qu'on peut faire comme étape pour avancer la vie financière des business petits? Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire pour attraper les peuples à l'étranger? À ma vie, je crois que la technologie est un exemple parfait parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont très intelligents, mais ils ont besoin de l'aspect financier parce qu'ils n'ont pas plus d'argent. Et ils ont besoin aussi de l'infrastructure physique parce que si tu n'as pas l'infrastructure physique, de l'électricité constante et de l'aspect financier, ça ne sert à rien. Et ils ont besoin de personnes qui peuvent supporter, qui peuvent faire ça pour eux. Et avec ça, quelqu'un peut diversifier l'économie digitale, l'économie. Mais oui, et avec le Covid-19, on sait bien qu'on peut faire les autres choses parce que beaucoup de choses qui se font maintenant qui sont virtuelles. Et il y a beaucoup de talents brillants ici à Lagos, donc on va continuer ça. Donc, comment est-ce que l'État de Lagos peut faire les relations avec le UK? Et il y a les moyens qu'on peut faire ça. Il y a les business à l'étranger qui se trouvent ici à Lagos. Et si ces business pour connaître, savoir bien les besoins particulièrement des peuples de Lagos, ça va devenir quelque chose qui est bon. Donc, on sait bien que ces compagnies sont ici à Lagos, se trouvent ici à Lagos. Et Lagos est une cité qui est très grande. Donc, ça va aller. Monsieur Moribus, la fondateur de Silverbird Group, je sais bien que vous êtes dans votre côté, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour créer un environnement enable pour les peuples qui font le business ici à Lagos? Premièrement, j'ai écouté les deux parler. Il y a deux choses que je peux parler. Après la guerre ici au Nigeria, que la capitale du Nigeria a changé de Lagos jusqu'à Abuja, il y a beaucoup de changements qui ont eu lieu. On sait bien que Pelé a joué au stade ici à Lagos, qui était appelé Santos au Brésil. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont eu lieu au Nigeria qui sont été au Lagos. Les habitants de Lagos ont oublié leurs racines, c'est pourquoi beaucoup de choses qui se trouvent au Nigeria maintenant ne font pas à Lagos. Et beaucoup d'artistes qui se trouvent partout tout le monde vont visiter Lagos, mais ils n'ont pas fait beaucoup de choses parce que quelque chose a fait.
Lagos has no football team at any level. Lagos has the National Theatre and it's not being used. Lagos has the infrastructure.
Je veux constater que Lagos a beaucoup des choses qu'il peut utiliser pour faire l'avancement du pays, comme le stade national, pour le football, comme le stade national pour le théâtre. Mais il n'y a pas de personnes qui peuvent jouer dans le théâtre, ou bien il n'y a pas de joueurs comme une équipe particulière qui est pour Lagos. Et ça, c'est le problème. Je veux constater que Lagos a l'infrastructure qui peut grandir les peuples, qui peut développer chaque jeunesse, mais il n'utilise pas ça.
Why would anybody come to a country because of entertainment? If there's no entertainment, that diplomat does not want to go to that country.
Pourquoi quelqu'un ne peut pas visiter, un pays s'il n'y a pas des choses pour s'amuser? Mais maintenant on voit que Lagos n'a pas ces choses que j'ai listées.
what happened to all of that? I don't know when the deputy governor went to school. I'm assuming he went to school. Did you go to school in Lagos? What school? Huh? That was very sad. But anyway, you should have gone to, maybe you could go back to school, repeat that class. All right, now, those of us who went to school in Lagos, we had a lot of fun.
On a fréquenté les écoles à Lagos et on amuse bien. Le problème avec Lagos sont deux. Lagos a eu deux formes de leaders. Donc on a vu que il était deux partis politiques qui sont battus entre eux-mêmes. Et on a trouvé que les commissionnaires ont arrêté de travailler. Si tu es le commissionnaire de sport et bien de culture et il n'y a pas de choses pour montrer que c'est toi qui travailles, qu'est-ce que est l'essence de votre travail ou bien de votre bureau? Parce que tu es le commissionnaire de sport mais il n'y a pas des activités sportives, ou bien le commissionnaire de culture mais il n'y a pas des activités culturelles, ça ne sert à rien. Donc on peut constater que si tu as le bureau, tu dois travailler.
Access Bank, they love women a lot of days, so let them do fashion and things like that. Now, if you commit people who make billions of naira, become rich, have private yachts, private jets in Lagos, surely, they can spend a little bit on sports, they can spend a little bit on music.
Si tu vas donner les responsabilités aux peuples qui ont beaucoup de l'argent pour investir au sport et aux arts et dans les autres activités qui peuvent bénéficier de la société de Lagos, on va avoir une chose qui se fait. Maintenant, je veux constater qu'on doit créer une zone industrielle et pour avoir un environnement que les autres vont travailler.
Passengers from the airport, VI, for you to show me anywhere in the country. And I don't need anything on the ground. It is possible. Two, why can't we have Lagos as the first green city in Africa? How difficult or complex will it take for Lagos to become a green city? Why can't your buses run on gas or electricity? Why can't you say in 10 years, every car in Lagos will be electric, and if you don't have an electric car, you will pay 5,000 naira if you drive into Lagos. How complex is that? You sell cars, China is going green, America is going green, Germany is going green. There are more stations powered by solar in England than petrol stations in England today. How complex is that? How difficult is that? The point I'm making is this. We sometimes create our problems.
Je veux constater que c'est nous qui créons le problème. La cité de Lagos est très excitée, mais le problème avec Lagos est le fait que si tu veux faire des activités à Lagos, si tu veux contrôler les activités à Lagos, tu veux faire comme quelqu'un qui est responsable pour le développement ou bien l'avancement des activités à Lagos. Si on décide de faire le développement, si on décide de prendre les activités développées à Lagos pendant un an, on va faire des changements notés. Donc il y a beaucoup de joueurs, il y a beaucoup d'enfants qui sont dans les groupes, qui sont partout, qui peuvent faire ces activités sportives ou bien artistiques, mais on les voit.
and that kid is running real fast to sell you that newspaper. Pay attention. You are looking at 100 meters champion.
Lorsque tu es dans la rue et il y a quelqu'un qui peut vendre un papier à toi et il court après ton moto, il faut arrêter et voir que cet enfant-là peut devenir quelqu'un qui peut courir très bien. Donc l'industrie que je fais le travail a beaucoup de personnes qui sont pauvres et je sais bien que on peut changer. Je vous raconte une histoire de Ditaga dans 1990.
By the third round, knocked out the world champion. That guy was a big tiger. He was the first black man to become the light heavyweight and middleweight champion of the world. What's the point? A kid born poor, a kid with no father, a kid with no mother, given the opportunity to become the world champion. A kid like you was playing.
Un enfant qui est né sans père et mère pour devenir champion.
Greatest basketball players in the world from Lagos. Whether it was at the kid or Harry Belafonte or James Brown that Yemi and I went to see, or whether it was Abadi Dereko who became Miss World, you have something special. Let me put it this way. Lagos is diamond in the rough. Now, can you make a real diamond? Over to you.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have Dr. Shola Adedonton?
Est-ce qu'on a Dr. Shola Adedonton? Il n'est pas là.
Let me move on to President today. So we've been talking about a continental free trade zone.
On a parlé du zone libre pour faire les échanges dans le continent. Mais quelles sont vos pensées à ces choses? Merci bien. Avant de parler, je veux dire que c'est important d'adresser les business parties qui se trouvent à Lagos. Quel type des industries qu'on parle de? Comme quelqu'un qui est jeune à Lagos, j'ai besoin de l'opportunité de capturer ou bien d'utiliser nos ressources ici à Lagos. Donc, si vous devez prendre l'avantage, les SME et les autres business n'ont pas la même chose. Si on voit que Lagos a beaucoup d'entrepreneurs,
that's a very different environment and kind of policies you need to make that work very different when you compare to scale ups. You know, because if you want to build a Facebook, you need to think like scale ups. You need to appreciate that these represent a different area of entrepreneurship. I like to think of that. And what essentially they offer is they offer above average. From 0 to 20 to 50 to 100. That's how quickly they talk about.
On peut parler des jobs qui ont impacté la société et qui vont aller à l'aspect digital. Les compagnies comme Google et Facebook ne peuvent pas avoir la même détermination si ils n'ont pas fait les choses digitales. Donc on doit faire les développements, les changements digitaux.
Most sort of VC-backed businesses
Et donc, si on peut aider les autres qui ont le business, qui veulent commencer le business, ils ont besoin de l'argent.
When they're deciding where do I put my money, they're looking for opportunities that can actually absorb that. We're talking about businesses that, from the very beginning, are designed for scale. The kind of regulatory support they need, the kind of talent they need. Startups today and businesses in Lagos need the same kind of engineering talent, data science talent that we see in Silicon Valley and California. And increasingly, the Lagosians are starting to work for international companies globally. Now, all these things have an impact on the kind of city we're looking at in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Because I love the fact that this conversation about how Lagos becomes a global investment company. Like Lagos isn't competing globally, it's not competing with other cities.
Lagos ne fait pas les compétitions avec les autres. Et on sait bien que Lagos compète avec les autres, c'était qui attrape beaucoup de l'argent, beaucoup d'investissements. Et on se voit ça dans la qualité des jobs. Je travaille avec beaucoup de personnes et ils parlent toujours des qualités de des jobs. Et si tu fais quelque chose, tu peux poser des questions à soi-même. Comment est-ce que je peux faire ces choses, d'être un productif? Ça veut dire qu'ils peuvent attraper l'investissement. On pense à la GDP et on voit que en 2019 au Nigeria, on a eu une grosse GDP et beaucoup de personnes qui ont consumé. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on peut dépenser l'argent? Ça, on dérive l'argent des business et il y a les peuples en Lagos qui peuvent travailler pour les compagnies globales et qui peuvent gagner plus d'argent. Et avec ça, il peut dépenser l'argent aussi. Et avec ça, il peut encourager les business qui sont petits. Et si on pense de Lagos et on pense des autres cités du Nigeria ou partout dans le monde, on peut voir que toutes les situations de chaque cité sont différentes. Donc, on voit que beaucoup de corporations qui vont travailler avec Lagos ont besoin des talents spécifiques, des talents uniques. Et si tu peux développer un business, ça doit être un business qui est digital et un business qui est différent. Et on peut constater que ce business va changer le système de consommation des peuples et on peut improver ou bien on peut encourager la situation. Donc, dans les aspects de ce contexte, on voit que ça nous donne l'avenir de faire ce qu'on veut. Une petite question, monsieur. Quelles sont les choses clés que le gouvernement de Lagos doit faire pour avoir un système que tu as dit? Parce qu'on a vu beaucoup de jeunesse qui ira au Canada ou bien les autres parties du monde pour donner leurs services. Donc, quelles sont les personnes, quels sont les corps que l'État de Lagos doit faire les relations avec pour avoir l'avancement ou bien pour encourager les talents et pour attraper les autres économies du monde? Quelles sont les 4 choses clés? Je crois que la première chose est d'apprécier l'origine du talent. Donc, connaître la place qu'on dérive des talents. Et je crois que l'État de Lagos peut faire ça, pour apprécier la place. Donc, avec l'éducation, donc dans les universités, si on développe des personnes à l'université, on peut poser des questions. Quelle est l'essence de l'éducation dans les universités? Donc, si quelqu'un va devenir ingénieur à l'université, c'est nécessaire qu'ils doivent travailler. Et donc, si quelqu'un va donc, on doit investir à de vraies formes d'éducation. Et donc, on doit proviser l'Internet pour tous parce qu'au passé, on a vu que Lagos a provisé ça pour beaucoup de personnes. Et moi, je sais bien que ça est comme une grande transformation pour l'État de Lagos. Donc, beaucoup de business ont besoin d'Internet parce qu'il faut partager, il faut démontrer ce qu'il faut faire. Donc, avec cette infrastructure, on sait bien que les business doivent faire ça. Et troisièmement, je veux dire que ça c'est partout, quelqu'un pour observer. Avant de commencer mon business, j'étais avocat. Et c'est très bien si tu veux prédicter l'avenir, il faut prédicter ce qui va passer pour ton business. Et moi, je veux constater que si tu as ça, ça va bien. Et je veux constater que les trois que tu as nommés est dans la ligne des choses qu'on a déjà parlé de.
Amir.
Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour. Vous êtes le directeur du banque primaire qui est parmi les plus grandes banques du Nigeria. Et on peut parler de la financiation pour les petits business qui ont déjà commencé. Donc, quel est le rôle de banque première dans la révélation des business petits au Nigeria? Et qu'est-ce que vous avez fait en relation avec l'État de Lagos pour avancer ce rôle financier? Que faites-vous? Et à votre opinion, quels sont les rôles des autres banques aussi?
Thank you, and I stand on existing
Merci
protocols.
Bien.
SME
Je veux dire
is
que les
a very
petits
important
business
aspect
sont
of what
très
we do,
importants
not just for us
pour
as
nous
banks,
comme
but because
banque.
of the importance of SME to the overall growth and development of the economy. As a bank, First Bank, we've always been the largest lender to the SME sector, and we have a dedicated portal that we call SME Connect, where we basically support SME, providing them with what I call advisory services, ensuring that we hub their skills and capabilities either in the areas of preparing basic account statements, assisting them with choice of technology, and basically just supporting them to work through the chain. I'm also aware that a number of banks also do have similar support systems, and the SME Connect platform is something that we've had in the bank for the past 6-7 years, and it's something that we are continuously refining. We refine it regularly, updating it to ensure, for example, with the new Kama law that came into force, for example, certain things will have to change, and those things have been changed. So that's one way. To speak specifically about finance, our portfolio of SME facilities or portfolio is quite sizable, and that is quite understandable given the history of First Bank and Nigeria. Our bank, by March 2021, we're going to be 127 years old. By far, the oldest and the largest institution in this part of the world. And the reason why we have NGO and we've continued to thrive as an institution, it's our support for businesses that are relevant to the overall growth and development of the economy. And SME is a classical example. I'm always inspired when I meet businesses that are now relatively big or sizable, telling me how 20, 30, 40 years ago, First Bank provided the seed debt that led to those institutions coming off the ground. Specifically, we have been very active in terms of providing whether it is overdraft, term loan, and all types of structure debt instruments to our SME customers. But more importantly, the Central Bank of Nigeria, as part of its own economic stimulant plan, they've actually put a scheme in place that basically support banks to also, they provided more liquidity to banks to support lending to the SME segment. And again, we've been very active in that space. I'm aware also that other banks have equally been very active, because I think if there's anything that is generally agreed, it's the fact that the path to growth and development of the Nigerian economy is by developing and growing the SME segment. The last point that is very important that I would like to mention is that the Bankers Committee, which is the committee that brings together the governor of the central bank and the committee of governors and the leadership of the CEOs of the various banks, a couple of years back, we collectively decided that we needed to intervene in the SME segment, and we set up this fund where on an annual basis all banks, and it's actually around this season, we contribute 5% of our profit after tax into a pool of funds that is also available to finance SME. Part of what we discovered was that even though debt capital was relatively available, we discovered that sometimes what is required by the SME for them to thrive, for them to grow their businesses, is less of the debt equity, is more debt capital, is more of the equity capital. So that particular fund is available for co-investment in the equity structure of SME. So generally, the banks in Nigeria, we do realize the importance of SME and how we must support them and government initiative in this space to ensure that the economy continues to grow. In fact, we now realize that we need to accelerate the growth of the economy to keep pace and exceed that of the population growth, to ensure that on a net basis we are having what I call positive economic
développer la situation économique au Nigeria. Merci bien pour ça. Est-ce que vous pouvez discuter, bien partager votre idée et ce que vous voulez dire, s'agir ce que l'État de Lagos doit faire pour avancer la production des voitures, qui pour soutenir le système d'énergie. Donc, quel est le potentiel pour la provision ou bien la création des véhicules ici? Que pensez-vous? Bonjour, messieurs et mesdames. Est-ce que je suis la dernière? Non, tu n'es pas la dernière. De ces pandémies, je ne reviens pas aux Chine parce que nous avons été confiés, mais je suis content.
greater Lagos in the next decades. Yes, I'm from the automobile industry. Let me answer your question first.
Je viens de l'industrie des automobiles et je vais donner la réponse à votre question. Il y a quelque chose qui est le problème ici.
International city in Africa, still full of the used car driving on the road. It's impossible.
Et je sais bien que le Nigeria est parmi les plus grands pays de l'Afrique et Lagos est la cinquième cité par tout le monde et on utilisait les voitures qui sont mal et ça ne sert à rien, ça n'est pas bon et ça n'est pas bon pour la réputation du pays et on voit que ça va devenir beaucoup de problèmes avec la sécurité sociale. Et on va découvrir que plus de 80% des voitures qui sont dans les rues nigérianes ne sont pas approbables. Et maintenant, je ne peux pas dire quel type de voiture qu'on doit utiliser ici à Nigeria parce que les voitures qu'on utilise ne sont pas bien pour notre pays. On ne peut pas utiliser des voitures comme ci parce que ces voitures sont déjà utilisées des autres personnes. Donc maintenant, on doit avancer à une nouvelle étage. Et pour les industries des voitures ici, ce n'est pas seulement la responsabilité de l'État ou bien le gouvernement de Lagos, c'est la responsabilité du gouvernement nigérien. Et pour les Nigériens, on sait bien que les visiteurs, les invités sont les peuples qui dirigent, bien qui contribuent à l'économie, à l'aspect économique dans ce pays. Et je veux demander pour quelque chose d'important pour développer ce pays ou bien la cité de Lagos. Je veux constater que l'éducation est très importante. Et l'éducation commence avec l'éducation primaire, l'éducation qui suit là-bas. Et on a trouvé que plusieurs des personnes qui viennent ici à Lagos sont des personnes qui ont développé, des personnes qui sont traînées. Donc on doit faire les changements significatifs dans l'aspect d'éducation qui sont dans la base, comme l'éducation primaire. Et donc l'éducation est très importante. La dernière personne qui peut parler, c'est Oscar Yema, s'il est là.
Hi, we're all getting used to the hybrid model. Oscar, great to have you here.
I have worked with you on a couple of initiatives, especially working on the Growth Board initiative. Just wanted to get your perspectives on how capital markets in Nigeria can help anchor Lagos State's vision.
Monsieur Oscar, je veux avoir votre perspective dans laquelle les marchés capitaux du Nigeria, comment est-ce qu'ils peuvent survivre dans l'économie en relation
Thank you very much and good afternoon, distinguished ladies and
Merci bien et
gentlemen.
bonjour, monsieur.
Let me begin by thanking Governor Sanwo-Olu for convening this summit and continuing the tradition of fostering intelligent economic discourse for the good of state and country. I think it's important for me to establish my Lagos credentials before attempting to answer your question. My family moved to Lagos in 1970, immediately after the war, and I've lived cumulatively in Lagos for over 30 years. The other city that I've lived in for something close to that number of years is New York. And there are many similarities between Lagos and New York. The vibrancy, the population, the fact that you have Lagos, New York, entertainment, all kinds of opportunities to drive business. I think the major difference between New York and Lagos is the depth of investment that is available and the level of sophistication and infrastructure that is available in New York as compared to Lagos. But Lagos has a number of things going for it, and those things position Lagos to actually leapfrog and be able to compete with such large cities around the world. Lagos State is the prime investment destination in Nigeria. Already between 2019 and 2020, the of capital investments in the country. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics. However, to make Lagos the investment destination of Africa requires more strategic policy initiatives that achieve investment attractiveness. If Lagos were a country, we all know already it would be the fifth largest economy in Africa. This means that Lagos can therefore position itself, even though a state, as an economic powerhouse by mirroring nation-state investment policies and reforms that attract investors. The most critical step the state can take is a dedicated effort at creating an enabling business environment. I've heard a number of speakers touch upon that. For both local and foreign investors, I think that any investment is an investment regardless of where it is coming from. Within the remit of the specific reform areas under the state's control, it is important to foster a culture of genuinely making the state as business-friendly as possible when compared to African and global peers. For instance, automating procedures, processes, and payments to ensure administrative efficiency, providing up-to-date information on taxes and laws within the state, streamlining the multiplicity of taxes, regulations, rules, and many more. Steps that are low-hanging fruits that the state can actually take to position itself for investments. Lagos State must also prioritize the development of sectors in which the state possesses a regional or global competitive advantage. The ocean economy readily comes to mind, as well as entertainment sector and fintech or ICT space, which has proven to be resilient in the face of COVID-19. I think that the Nigerian fintech sector is a very attractive sector, as we've seen from the number of venture capitalists that are coming to Nigeria to look for the next Flutterwave or Paystack or Interswitch. So Lagos can mine this interest by sustaining the technology hubs that have been created and ensuring that they thrive by churning out a target number of investable ventures annually, which will be showcased by the state for investment interests on global platforms such as this summit. None of this can be converted to sustainable development for the state and its citizens without the infrastructure backbone of broadband, transport, energy, skilled workforce, and access to long-term finance. I think that is where the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the capital markets come in. You know, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, being the foremost securities exchange in West Africa, with regional and global networks, is able to ensure the state can access long-term capital for its development. We're already doing this.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mr. Oketman, who's the CEO of Goodwill Messages, can you offer an example of an industrial investment in Lagos that you feel will provide large benefits to Lagos and the federal economy, including most citizens?
As a matter of fact, I can. We actually have just completed construction of the largest petroleum products terminal in Nigeria, which combined with our deep water moorings, which are actually outside of the port at 23 meters, we can take in the biggest vessels in all of West Africa starting next month. And the impact of this is actually going to have multiplier effects. For example, in addition to being able to reduce the shipping costs, the extensive demurrage costs that Nigeria is currently paying because we have to lighter ships and do ship-to-ship transfers and incredible delays where it frequently takes 30 days of lay time to offload a single vessel, we can offload that same vessel in 3 days. So there are direct cost savings that will directly translate into the lower cost of petroleum products, of PMS and AGO. But in addition to that, because we can load 700 trucks a day now, we're going to be relieving an awful lot of the wet traffic that comes into and out of Apapa port. And that's going to make the dry traffic flow more smoothly. It's going to reduce the distribution and transportation costs of petroleum products, and it's going to have a multiplier effect, quite frankly, on distribution costs for the entire country. Right now there is a subsidy that's paid for deliveries to the northern part of the country, and the government may even be able to take a look at that, and the entire contract structures are likely to be restructured as a result of it. So we couldn't have done any of this without the active support of His Excellency the Governor, without the support of the Lucky Zone, the free zone that we are located in, and what we're expecting is this will actually be an investment model for many other investors. We know that there are other oil and gas companies who are actively considering about 15 more terminals in the Lekki Free Zone that they're going to build, and we welcome to come in because it's going to bring us really world-class efficiencies, which Nigeria and Lagos and the port so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. So whilst we're waiting for Mr. Ucheoji to get back online, do we have Mr. Yordi? Is he back online? MD Nigerian Breweries. Okay, thank you. Okay, so whilst we're trying to get him back as well, I'll go to Dr. Shodade. I was saving you for the last speed. Now you're the landlord of everyone, in most people on the panel. But we'll come to you. And let me ask: logistics has been a challenge in the state, and what is the role of free trade zones in creating efficient distribution channels for trade in Lagos State? And how do you feel this can be scaled across the state? Dr. Shodade.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much for that question. So I'll start by telling you what Lagos State has done in unpacking your question, because we started from identifying the critical points, the critical value points in the logistics value chain. So you're looking at order processing, inventory management, freight, transportation, storage and warehousing, distribution. And we identified the requirements for each of these points where we were lacking. So generally speaking, it was clear to us that IT skills had to be improved upon, human resource capital had to be invested in, we need physical infrastructure. In the area of freight transportation, it was clear that we would have to exploit the multimodal transportation system as available water, rail, road transportation, and air. Storage and warehousing also comes with physical development and need for specializations, because there are different types of storage required: liquid, solid, gas, hazardous, and so on. So what have we done? We have incorporated plans to bridge these gaps by specific projects either being done 100% by the state or in partnership with some of our development partners, some of whom are here. So I'll point at a few examples. For example, where it comes to order processing, building up the IT capacity that is needed for efficient inventory management. We have the Kellogg's. I'm just pointing at examples. We have Long Reach. FCMGs, we're working with them to develop the infrastructure that we need, and in fact, some of it is already on board. We have also leveraged on some of the partnerships that we have with Pinnacle, for instance, when it comes to logistics in the oil and gas industry. And you can be sure that by the time they're on board, apart from achieving significant career upskilling for local jobs, because in all of this, we have our eyes on creating job opportunities, massive job opportunities for the people of Lagos. So apart from achieving this, we're also looking at decongesting some of the poor experiences that we're having at Apapa and Tinkan. So you can imagine by the time a significant percentage of the oil and gas freight is diverted to use some of the assets that are being built in the Lekki Free Zone, you can imagine how much space is going to be freed up for the rest of Lagos. There are wider benefits. Obviously, there are new trader options, because where you have expanded infrastructure and human capital development, this is attended by expanded logistics capacity, which definitely will boost value addition opportunities and industrial efficiencies and attract a development of feeder community or industry. Maybe not even necessarily within the zone, but in the wider community. And obviously, this is going to lead to statewide job growth. So this, in a nutshell, is what we're trying to do to bridge the logistics gap within the state. So I'll rest for now for further questions.
Yes, thank you. Well, given the fact that we sort of operate across the entire value chain, including logistics, I think it's really important that there is some sort of element in terms of upscaling, because one of the biggest challenges that we have really is to do with human capital, capacity. How can that be improved? Clearly, there are a number of challenges in terms of the operational costs, competitive pricing. We're not a charity, we're an actual business. So for us, it's really important that the SMEs that we do indeed work with are world-class, because quite frankly, our customers demand that sort of output in terms of our products and standards of service to businesses. So with regards, and you heard me mention earlier, what can Lagos State do? And when you look at other sort of huge cities, just